job, King.
It's a wrong road. Echo when they're getting you warns. But it's stronger, stronger. The farther on you go. Thought I knew you. Can't never say I know me. The sorry shadow I could turn out to be. The struggle, sometimes I feel I can't shake the habit. I just can't make up my AM. I feel the chill, 'cause the road will go. It's a wrong road.
Good job, King.
Your friends keep you on the good path. Take a wrong turn, and they'll be on your back, calling you out. As ice cold girls on the road, we keep each other strong, going toe to toe. Just like me, have your plans. Can you keep that head alive? Every minute without your shadow, let them go. Set free.
Good evening. How you guys doing this fine Checks Watch Friday? Holy. Throughout this stream, you're going to have to let me know how the sound is. OBS did one of those things where it decided to just reset all sound to default, which it does something like once a month. I had to redo it, so I was 2 minutes late. Apologies. No doubt you can hear my AC absolutely suffering in the background, but it is so that I do not.
Sophisticated.
What are you going to do?
Relaxing. Kind of invigorating. Everybody doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
Oh, the connoisseurs do. Artorius. With the 12? Oh, gifting to all live followers. 2 free ones. Holy shit. Hey. Thanks for the huge subby. It says pizza unfriended. Oh, shit. Dude, hell yeah. If you can believe it. It's Ogres once. Hey, all right. I got some other people to thank. Arterius normally for the tier 1 60-month sub. We are so back. It is so Ogre. Ref with 4 Fs. Thinks the big primer 18 meets back in the menu, and I'm here for it. It's true. Why are you killing the French, HeyWoah? I have nothing against the French. As an American, I owe a great debt to the French for helping my nation become independent. And they gave us a Statue of Liberty, which is pretty nice. With a part of a poem on it. Whole poem's good too. Never forget. SD Arcade thinks a tier 1, 69er. Nice. You're so back. And then, of course, Orterius with the big 12, the double grippies, and 2 extra little grippies on there. On your end, audio is fine. That's good to hear. Because I had to redo all of it. And I was hoping I didn't fuck it up somewhere. Did you hear the song in the intro, or was it just totally silent? Asking for a friend. Driving to Culver's while listening to this, gonna get some meat and cheese curds. Yeah, dude, Culver's is kind of nice. It's a step up from McDonald's, right? Kind of a smash burger before there were smash burgers in a certain way. But a little less smash and some char around the outside. It's got some cheese cruds as well. Also, main computer has been flickering no internet and then flickering back on, reconnected to the internet. It's been doing that every 5 minutes for the past hour. But streaming computer is holding strong, so maybe it's fine. That's why you got 2 of them. I imagine it has something to do with a power thing. Song was good. What song? Good meme. You're wrong about the canon Ogre, but you do really think you'd love the new Ogre book and data sheet. Super excited to see your reaction. Yeah. Well, I was wrong about the canon too. Well, not wrong, but like, you know, leakers, not leakers, but like prognosticators on some forum somewhere have a pretty decent track record, but every once in a while there's a wrinkle in there, there's a curveball in there, and so I was hoping for some lead belchers. We did not get them. We got one belcher instead, a belcher, if you will, which we'll go over today. Belcher, hardly knew her. +2. In today's news, Canada's on fire. England eliminated It's All Ogre. And Smutty Werewolf audiobook. And then too many people were talking and chat moved the message off of my screen. And so, I guess I'll try to capture it. Check just cleared for your boy, so sharing the love with the big flats. He does good work for the world. You know, they need that. More of a lead burp. Yeah, spoilers, it's trash. But that's okay because a lot of the book is not. I gave it a glance. This isn't the first look, okay? This won't be a first look. I couldn't help it. I gave it a glance. But I haven't played with it yet, and there's a big difference between at a glance and playing with it, which I usually denote on account of attempting to be fair and balanced. No spin zone. You don't have long to listen. What's your first thoughts on BCR in the future? We are like a 90-year-old being politely but insistently moved towards the door. And we'll be joining Bone Splitters all in due time, probably next edition. I've made my peace with it, if it's going to happen. As always, inhale international military grade hopium. that, hey, maybe 5th edition has the next half of the Ogre refresh. You'll get your lead belchers, we'll get a squad of man-eaters, new beast claw, monster trucks and stuff like that. They kept the hunter. They even gave us some new hunters on foot, copium, right? So like that could happen. But I think we're being politely told that our time is short. Beastclaw just wave 2, mate. Yeah, see? There it is. It's just wave 2. Don't complain about the game. It's not even out yet. How do you know it sucks? It's only beta. They'll fix it, dude. It's early access. They'll fix it. They'll fix it in the expansion. It's just a bad trailer. The movie's good, see? Dude, we're getting the Beastclaw second half, 5th edition, dude. 100% chance. Be the Bee with a bunch of E's, thanks to Big Prime, 12 months, almost a year. Just wish we got new Iron Blasters. Yeah, same. I would have liked a new Iron Blaster, lead belchers, and blah, 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 right? Like everything. Yeah. A mega cope. On the bright side, GW is addicted to the past. Even the squats weren't truly squatted in the end. True. But a bunch of shit was. I don't think the Famir are coming back exactly, right? But the squats did. Noblars, do they live? No, they're gone. Good. The only Noblars still left in the army are technically on the model of like a scrap launcher and the Iron Blaster, I think. So those are the only Noblars left. Good riddance to tiny stupid trying to be funny but not. Small, not even big and wide. Not round. Cosplayers for Moon Clan Grots. Get them out of here. Oh, true. There are 3 with the Man Trappers, I think. From Hrothgorn, some guy Man Trapper who came out for Underworlds and or Warcry. I can't remember which one, but it was some side game. Yeah, that's true. It is with some guy Man Trapper. Whomst, this ogre is a funny MS Paint picture of. Some guy. When they are on the shoulders. Oh, okay. I was thinking of number of models. Okay. Good call. We all love some guy Man Trapper. I really don't, actually. I detest the sculpt. I think it's a bad sculpt and a bad idea of what ogres could look like, and I'm glad they tested the waters with them, and then they're like, no, we should have ogres look like actually ogres instead. I actually appreciate that. He looks like a big hobbit. He looks like a giant halfling with a big nose. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. That could have been what the Ogre refresh looks like, where everyone looks horrible. Instead, we got a quality 5 out of 10. Yeah, Pirate Ogor guy, that's true. With the big foot, although it's not a big foot. He had the monkey. What's your opinion on Morgha? It's a boring model. It's boring. The rhino is not moving. Like it should be a crashing rhino. With a person on the back who is awesome with a gigantic weapon. Or maybe like a bear trap connected to a chain swirling it around. Something. Instead it is a grazing rhino at rest with nothing really distinguishing or interesting about it. It's just a rhino, right? And Morga herself does not look particularly emperor-like. Her weapon is very small, not cool. And there's a retcon that I don't like. There's plenty of retcons that I'm okay with, but this retcon I'm not okay with. She is officially an over-tyrant. That's what she's called. She's an over-tyrant. Over-tyrants should be like half the size of a guo. They should be impossibly huge. Instead, she's totally normal ogre sized, and I do not appreciate that. Thumbs down. Boo. You did not miss the pink girl, don't worry. If I showed up to the stream late, I would worry too, but let me put those at ease. Yeah, very static. If you describe what the model is, it sounds awesome, but then you look at it and you're like, oh, okay. It's like the premise to a movie being more interesting than the movie itself, right? Like Bubba Hotep, okay? I don't know if anyone's seen this. It's a hipster-ass movie from 15 years ago or whatever. But Bubba Hotep, if you just give the synopsis of it, the premise, it sounds potentially awesome. And then you watch it and it fucking sucks. It's so boring. Kind of like that. Good idea, bad follow-through. $15, it's $20, dude. Maybe more. Look, when I say 15, I mean plus or minus 15. Final question. You must pick one. Grius' Goldtooth or Morga something. Wait, her father was the previous leader of the Maw Fist Maw tribe who joined all the clans to defeat Boulderhead. And his name was what? I think Glarb Glittermaw, if I recall. So that means Morga is Morga Glittermaw, I think. If my ogre lore is correct here. Which one do I like more? If we're talking about model, then it's Morga. Because even though her model is disappointing, it doesn't look like ass from a butt, which is what Glob Glittermaw looks like. Or no, not Glob Glittermaw. Grius' Goldtooth. Complete, total ass from a butt shit. Trying to be funny. Negative humor. Bad. Just bad. Nothing good to say about it. As far as character, don't know anything about his lore. It's from a game I didn't care about, so I don't know anything about him, lore-wise. Morga killed Glob Glittermaw and ate his brain. So that's cool. And I didn't like Glob anyway. Because he defeated Boulderhead in the lore, which means Beastclaw lost. And so he got what he deserved. Bubba Hotep was from 2002. Okay, so it's 24 years old. This exceeds even what I thought. Okay, hey, all right. Yeah, it's, you know, Elvis and mummies and time-traveling JFK who's black team up to shoot mummies, and Elvis is played by Bruce Campbell, right? Like, how could that be bad? Well, it really was. Yeah, it is Redneck Rampage coded. I hadn't put those two thoughts together, but you are right. And Redneck Rampage, which I have played, It did mega suck, yeah. In the same, like, proto-ironic humor, isn't this so wacky kind of thing, but actually it just sucks. More of an Area 51 man in the arcade. You think the generic Tyrant on Rhino looks much better, more dynamic? I don't think I've seen the regular one. She has a fine pose, you know, the hand up on the thing that looks kind of kingly, right? But I wouldn't accuse the Rhino centerpiece of being dynamic in any way. It's just standing there. Movie's so old that if a baby was conceived in a theater during its theatrical release, the kid would be too old for casting callback. Rhino has a lot of large empty areas of skin, kind of intimidating to paint it. Yeah, that was my initial... I posted it on the Discord after seeing it immediately. And one of my first things I noticed was that Rhino has a high skill floor. I don't know how much of its skin texture is baked into the model, but if kind of none of it is, I'm concerned about it for new painters. Like if you toss some gray on there and then slap a null oil wash over it, it's going to look god awful. What's the name for painting things that look awful, but at least you did it really fast? It came out with contrast paints. Like it just looks dog shit, but you did it quickly at least. Slap chop, that's it. Yeah, if you slap chop that Rhino, it's going to look terrible. Worse than if you painted it quickly with better techniques, but no more skill. Yeah, slap chop. Rhino has so much bare neck, you're supposed to freehand an epic mural. Yeah, I joked about that the other day. Where you got to put a Frank Frazetta, Ronnie James Dio, like mural on there, like a black 1980s van. That'd really tie the room together. But then you'd have to be capable of painting that. That's my problem. For any of those in the audience that think I'm looking down on Slap Chop because I'm such a good painter, that I'm looking down on those less skilled than me, the answer is no. I'm not a particularly great painter. I just calls it as I sees it. And Slap Chop looks dog. And the few people capable of making Slap Chop not look like dog water are good enough that they could use a better technique instead. They're just good, right? Same with, like, you look at an army and it's like generally just airbrushed, right? Done. You know, that looks like shit too. Sorry. Just does. But so does my army, so. Yeah, and also non-metallic metal, which is really hard to do and doesn't look good. It's extremely difficult. It takes so much skill to do non-metallic metal, and it looks like ass. You'll only get the hot takes straight from me here. Okay. It simulates lighting's effects well enough, but it absolutely does not simulate what anything looks like ever. I don't know. There's some really good painters, and probably some of them are good, right? But yeah. How many people can I insult who are my betters tonight? It's a hot HeyWoah holiday. Hey, the temperature goes up outside and inside. N&M is good painters gaslighting normies. No, it's people confusing difficulty for looks good. It's extremely hard to do. It takes forever. Very skill intensive. And when I was brand new to painting, I looked at it and I'm like, this doesn't look good at all. But then I learned a lot more. And I'm like, this doesn't look good at all, but it was really hard to do. The important part is that you painted it.
King.
And a bit of cohesion. There you go. Don't need an Instagram for that. Pestering Pickle, thanks for the tier 148. Through the hibernation, my sub has only grown in power. It's true. Hell yeah. TY for the 48. Why is the streamer so negative? Good shit. +2. Mechrat, thanks for the 5 gifters on YouTube. YouTube enjoyers. Oh, who got it? Gracie Gaggle. Mechman 2001 got sniped. Holy Zest. Drake Birdian. Trox. You guys are funding the stream. Mechrat and Ordmandius, as well as everyone who individually subbed. Thanks for funding this stream. Appreciate it. Counterpoint, you can't make chrome metal without NMM. Here's the thing about chrome NM, okay? That looks good because non-metallic metal is good at capturing what chrome looks like. It's just not good at capturing almost any other material. Unless you're insano good, and by then you're mixing different techniques constantly anyway, right? But yeah, good call out. Chrome actually does look excellent with NM if you do it right. Because that's what it looks like. Ordmandius, Slander, and Angle Sniping. Oh, Ortorius. It started with ORT, and that's how I categorize everything in my brain as first letter, maybe second and third. Apologies. Know that the platonic ideal of who you are as a chatter is actually in my head. I just used the wrong word. Have we reviewed the Rhino guy in a stream yet? No, this is it. I waited for Friday's stream. We're going to go over everything. We're doing a live. We looked at the Canon lady, whom I also wasn't super all about. I know this is probably going to sound weird, but too round, too spherical. Canon not long enough. I don't know. Something about it doesn't rub me the right way. Not misogynist, just don't like it. No, we just got started. We haven't even seen Pink Girl yet. You don't like female ogres? That's fair enough. I don't like male models being in Daughters of Cain. I don't think there should be any. 0. Same with Sisters of Battle. I think there should be 0 males in Sisters of Battle, and that's that. There should be none. Not a single model. Same with Doc. Except maybe as like slave units or something. That would be fine, I guess. That's just how I feel. Same with huh? What's the point of female ogres? The pronouns are the only way to distinct them. Yeah, kinda. I think there should be one chaff boy toy unit in Doc. Yeah, have him look like the male incubus summon warlock from WoW. If his skin color is anything but red, get out. Get out of my face. The male models and sisters are just the admin guys. I assume that's like administratum, like a different, kind of like whatever it's called, Ordo something. Or so when I knew anything about 40k, it's when like my roommates in college were playing it in 2000. And so there was like Ordo Malleus were the Grey Knights, and Ordo Assassinorium or something like that. Were kind of like merc allies you could play in whoever, and they had like an assassin guy with a funny head. And Ordo Inquisitorium, which were like witch hunters or something, and you could kind of like mix and match them. Is that sort of what it is? Sounds like you're not the biggest fan of the refresh from what I've heard. No, it's a great refresh. It's very good. I think the refresh of Ogres is... I'll explain it like this. The Ogre refresh is a 7 out of 10. If they sized them up to 50s, which they should have, it would have been a 9 out of 10. The only fly in the ointment is the centerpieces, both of them, are 5 out of 10 at most. Like, they dropped the ball for arguably the most important part. The Rhino is fine, but boring. And the Mawpot guy is objectively stupid. It looks like a Daughters of Cain model. It's just horrible. It requires you just have to kit bash it. It's just awful. So like the refresh, considering what they could have gone with, like change the theme, change the culture, change the look, you know, make them look like Hrothgorn Man Trapper instead of the old way the ogres looked, and just updating it. They could have done so much worse. It's basically a 7 out of 10. Both of the centerpieces kind of suck. The Rhino is okay, and Red is terrible for what they're capable of. So that's my like official opinion on the refresh. They could have made it go in just a horrible direction and ruined everything. They did not. It's great. And they kept a really good theme to it as well. They were just carrying the wedding cake of the centerpieces and just tripped over their shoelaces and pied themselves in the face. Have you seen a side-by-side old Gutbuster versus new? No, I haven't. I know they're essentially double wide. Like, truly double wide. But yeah, they missed a grand opportunity to make them 50 like they should be. If Stormcaster on 40, like, what are we doing here? What a missed opportunity that was. No, they're not double wide. I thought they were double wide. They are wider, but not like crazy wider. Even possibly slightly shorter. Yeah, that is disappointing. Honest Wargamer, big. Hey, we're just walking in Japan until we see Pink Girl, and then I'm gonna go over the book. I caught some of it in your stream. I managed to find images of the Ogre book leak. Can't imagine where I found them. Print screen button sweating. Fact, Ogre infantry are base mogged by Ogoroids. I mean, they're base mogged by Gorgers, who are on 60s, if I recall. No, 50s. Gorgers on those big bases, and that gave me false hope. It inflated my copium levels. Because I'm like, oh, hell yeah, Ogres are going to be on 50s like they should be. If puny humans, well, actually, towering, statuesque god warriors made from the forged metal of the core of a cracked planet. You know. Like, they're huge, sure, but I don't know. I thought Ogres should have been bigger. It was always going to be my complaint one way or t'other. Almost looks like the two dudes on Red's base were added because they just had spare room. Yeah, it's just empty. My tinfoil hat, when I was looking at it, was Red started out on a 120 oval and then got moved to a 130 round somewhere in the middle of the process. And so they took the, Scrag the Gutsman. They took like 2 unreleased foot heroes and they're like, we'll just put them on either side of it, just walking normally. Hey, all right. That's fine, though. I'm going to go to Toys R Us. I'll find one that's still open. Get myself some monster truck wheels. I am doing the thing that I photoshopped. That Photoshop in Discord, I'm doing that. Easiest conversion of my life, he says. Because, spoilers ahead, but checking that war scroll, you're going to want one. You're going to play the army. Kind of our, he's kind of our big oosh, if you will. There she is, Pink Girl and Pink Chan. Let's go. Yes. All right. We did it. We stalled for it. The year's 2028. Stormcast rank and file are on 60 millimeters. Ogres are down to 32. Yeah. So that they look more impressive, yeah. All right, everyone, you can all go home. We saw Pink Girl. The derpy empty base fella is mandatory. Yeah. On paper, keep in mind I haven't played it. On paper, at first glance, it appears as if the army wants you to try out different builds. And it gives you the tools to do so. However, that guy looks like a big oosh, rules-wise. Like, you use him so that your allegiance ability is great, and the other reason you use them is because he is just great.
Twitch Prime.
I would generally, encourage people to make their own. Because he's going to be like, whatever the fuck, $165, and he doesn't look good, and you're buying a fixer-upper, which I'll do for the memes, because I have a funny meme attached to it, and I'm like a content creator, but, let the invisible hand of the market take care of it. Then again, they might just think, oh, no, people don't like ogres, I guess. Flush them. Player 1, 1985, thinks it's a big primer. 8 months. Big flats back on the menu, boys. It's true. I'm just about to go over it for content time. Every time Pink Chan is not on the screen, the characters should be asking, where's Pink Chan? True, that's what I'm always doing. Every time you hear me pause, ever, I'm wondering, where is Pink Chan? What's she doing now? Did she get her degree? She have a happy life? Kids and stuff? Like, is everything all right with Pink Chan? I hope so. I'm not a voyeur, all right? I just hope she's succeeding somewhere. Wish there were more Pleistocene, if you will. Seraphim gets to explore more dinosaur theming than ogres get Ice Age stuff. You want giant meat sloths or something. Yeah. I still feel like a woolly mammoth is kind of perfect. Stone horns are probably done for aesthetically now that we got the rhino, you know? But I feel that there still ought to be a giant mammoth in the army. If there's a, I'm talking about the Mega Hopium second wave kind of thing. Because Age of Sigmar does not have a giant mammoth. The last one was the Chaos War Mammoth, and that thing was left over from old game. And I think it was a Forge World thing anyway. Maybe. So the game doesn't have a War Mammoth, and the best place for it is in Ogres. To me. Thanks for the $5. Yeah, I know Deepkin, second wave right around the corner. Fire Slayers, second wave right around the corner. That wasn't all the chorfs that they've made. Surely there's another third, maybe, of chorfs. Don't forget about Vampirates. And Malarian Shadow Elves. And the Silent People. And the Famir Army. For all the 4chaners that pretend to like it. They had one squad and a hero. That's it. You beg for new crypt? Yeah, crypt honkers.
Twitch Prime.
Pink Chan and green hair space frog, a constant in the mind of HeyWoah. It's a whirlwind of activity. Rhinoceros Eruption, appreciate the prime. Thanks for the 38 months. Where's the beef? Where are the meats? We're getting there. Why isn't the rhino woolly? Yeah. I wonder. Stream so big you have to watch it on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Double viewies? Hell yeah. No joke, my YouTube algo has sent me 4 different YouTube shorts about Famir, our canceled army. Such nonsense. I mean, they did cancel them in that it's no longer an army. Or it never was. It was like 2 paragraphs on a wiki somewhere. LOL rape, right? Like, everyone... There's like 12 4chaners pretending that that thing is real. And they only like it because of the edginess of it, I guess. There's just nothing to it. At least Chorfs was a real army. It was. Well, Forge World, but it was an army. I've played against old school Chorfs full Forge World armies before. There were 3 players in Madison. Like, it existed, at least. They were made to counter Brian Ansel's idea for Zotes. An absolute shitstorm ensued. Absolute bum race. Zotes versus Famir. This might strike some viewers as harsh, but I think everyone involved in this story should die. Do you like the idea of updating the rider models but leaving Stonehorns as is? Do you mean like an add-on pack or something where it's just riders and you buy that? No. If you mean aesthetically, if it's the type of keep the theme but just update the poly count and make it a little better, like, you know, old Chaos versus new Chaos that we saw, you know, the old world Chaos Knights that got released, like, that shit looks excellent. They kept essentially the exact same aesthetics. It just looks better. That'd be cool. Yeah, I like that. If they want to do something interesting with it, that's fine too, as long as it looks good. That's generally my philosophy, is for the most part, you can do whatever you want as long as it looks sick. But if you do whatever you want and it looks terrible, I will make fun of it, and you will deserve it. Do you have the Terminator shotgun clip on standby? Yep. Yes, I do. Need to get a text-to-speech on the stream. I could set it up. I could look up how to set it up. I could do that. I don't think I have the type of audience that's going to try to get around filters and get me banned for being a bigot or something like that. You know. $20 minimum, that shit is annoying. It is annoying. And like you have, you got like fucking, you know, like Iron Mouse is talking about how, oh, I went to the hospital again. I have terminal stomach cancer or something. And then like some shithead pops up with his $20 message. Hey everyone, I'm going to tell a story that's 2,000 words about my fucking cat. Everything, this is so funny. It's like, shut the fuck up, bitch. At a certain level of stream, it's the streamer show. It's no longer really interaction. It's the streamer show at a certain point. And either that's entertaining or it's not, depending on whatever, right? But these fucking paragraph writing bitches think that just because they gave $10, they can interrupt the flow of what's happening. I am small time enough that it probably doesn't matter. But why is the TTS so negative? Yeah, true. If you text to speech, be prepared for unending John Madden. Look, in the best timeline, I get some Mo Sislak subs, okay? That's my dream. If I turn to my left and I say, oh, thanks for the $5, Souk Madik, like, that would make my week, right? So that's the potential. Potentially, it could be that good. Or it could be, you know, hey, girl, my dog died. Let's go, you know. Text-to-speech Moses, like, yeah, that'd be kind of nice. You actually ended up subbing because of the YouTube vids. Those were great intros to AOS for me. I appreciate that. Yeah, my goal was to help people whilst getting into the game, but then also sort of get them excited about a game that I was excited about. You might have noticed that I stopped making videos for the entirety of 4th edition. I'm looking forward to 5th. 5th, man, it'll be just like the old days. Dad'll come back. He was just buying cigarettes. Taco Bell will get inexpensive again, you know. The world will go back to the way it used to be. People make memes in MS Paint with obvious flaws all over them instead of AI. It'll be great. Hey, well, here's $5. Can you recite Ooh Woo Magic? Thanks for the $5, McAwesome. I don't normally take requests, but thanks for the $5. Happy birthday, or whatever. Fifth will be so good. Hey, we'll buy his Idneth. He definitely still has and did not just sell to Noble Knight Games. You're right. Yeah, exactly. It's gotten so bad, SJ was able to sneak an old world channel into my Discord. But there's still not a 40k one. Look, certain groups of people and cultures are hijackers, okay? They're conquerors. They are, what is the thing that kids hate nowadays? Colonials, okay? They roll into an online space and take it over. Everything here has to be about me now, okay? It's about whatever the fuck, right? But it has to first and foremost be about me and what I like, right? And that's 40k people. And it's a byproduct of their game being extremely popular, obviously. But you gotta keep the lid on it so they know their place. Otherwise, they'll take over the whole fucking place. And in my benevolence, I allow them to talk about it every once in a while at my mercy. Because sometimes they're excited about it or a new thing comes out. But you gotta cut it off. "40k fans have become so obnoxious." It isn't even an obnoxious thing. A lot of the times they're just excited about it. I just don't want it infecting the entire place. It just takes it over. And there's just 100% 40k conversations at a certain point, you know. And so I gotta keep a lid on it. Me in real life, fuck colonialism. Me playing a video game that has colonialism, filthy savages. If you're a student of history, it can be both. The world's gray, okay? It'd be so much easier if it were black and white, but it ain't. Fedora Battlemaster is a good name. That is a good name. You've also dropped playing both AOS and 40k. Interest in the season has waned. How about yourself? Yeah, I haven't played in a long time. I had high hopes for 4th, and it's just not fun. And so I don't want to make videos about how awesome AOS is if I don't feel that that is true. I would feel like I'm tricking my audience into buying something that I don't want to stand behind. And it probably means my channel is just dead forever, but I didn't want to do that. And so I didn't. Maybe 5th is good and I can propagandize to people again and feel good about it. I'm hoping that. Yeah, 5th time's the charm. I'll probably play maybe TTS a few times, see if the Ogre book is good. I'm not boycotting the game or anything. I just think it's a boring edition, that's all. Simply a boring edition. And if you like the edition right now, well then that's good, because when the game gets back to being really exciting, it'll blow your mind or whatever. Give us a Conquest channel. There's like 5 of us. No. There's no Pokemon channel. There's no Yu-Gi-Oh channel. Some of my decisions about what to make channels for are just because I like them or don't like them. Conquest, I looked at the models and yeah. Somebody gave me $15 to give Conquest a good, like, look over, and I gave it a good look over. But I'm not interested. You know. But, yeah, I gave it an honest try. I'll give it a look. Have you played Total War 3? Yeah, I didn't like it at all, but then again, that's not my type of game. I don't like the Total War games. I played through and beat Total War 1, 2, and 3. Didn't like any of them. I don't like controlling the army during the battles. I think that whole battle controlling process is extremely annoying. And I would rather just click a button. If my stats were higher, I win, which it does have in the game, but not really. Kind of forces you to play it. And the fact that that's really the gameplay of it. It's kind of like saying you liked Mario a lot except for all the jumping, right? It's kind of like that. But it just means maybe you're not a Mario person, and I'm not a Total War person. I liked kind of the spreadsheet simulator, Heroes of Might and Magic kind of thing, overworld stuff, but I only like 65% liked that, and then actually controlling the army, I was like suffering through that, and you can't do that on a Total War game. Power liches. Total War Legendary difficulty is just you versus 50 hackers. Yeah. Doom stacks. You're interested in Trench Crusade purely out of the third part model interest. Some of them are great. I like Trench Crusade. Like, game design wise, it's an incredibly well made game. It's sort of elegant in its simple but kind of deep. Nice list building. It's just good. The world building is very shallow, but very interesting. And it doesn't have to be like too deep, right? But, and I think I've said this before, my problem with Trench Crusade's lore is that it's extremely interesting and cool and wide but shallow. And that kind of thing is generally perfect or just fine for most properties. But the type of person who would be interested in the subject matter of that lore, they want the deepest iceberg you've ever seen of Excel spreadsheet lore and characters and setting and everything like that. And so there's a bit of a rub there. It's kind of like how the game was made, it was tailor-made, almost like in a laboratory, to appeal to chuds. And then chuds rolled up, and then they're like, fuck off, chuds. Oh, okay. Well, you know, in a certain respect, fair enough, but in another respect, like, what did you expect? You made the chud game. Like, I couldn't come up with a more chud synopsis for a world in a tabletop game if I tried. You really like TC, both lore and gameplay, but it's really unfortunate what happened with the Warhammer chuds invading and making the community worse. Yeah. I mean, their Discord was toxic before the chuds showed up, to be perfectly honest. There's a different type of toxic. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not really a more timey kind of guy anyway, but it looked like a good game. Yeah, that Discord was fucked up. If you remove the entire Chud thing, that Discord was still fucked up. Best part about Trench was that it acted as containment for the Worm shot. No, they basically kicked him out, I think. I haven't kept up with it, but they kicked him out, and I think that was that. Maybe some angry YouTuber made a video or something, but I haven't really paid attention to it. Chud's calling Chuds Chuds. If you put a gun to my head and told me to define Chud, I probably couldn't do it. So, take that with a grain of salt. I'm just relaying information. One hour in, amigo. It's content time. Fucking rabbit pointing at the clock meme. Any thoughts on the StarCraft tabletop game? It looks good. It seemingly plays well. I don't have the extreme nostalgia for StarCraft the same way that most of my mods do. And also, I'm not really a tabletop war gamer, okay? I played Age of Sigmar after parachuting out of a plane and just landing here. But I'm not like a TTRPG, or I'm not a wargamer kind of guy. I'm not looking for war games to play. It's just AOS captured me at the right time. I wanted a dad game where I could learn to paint after work, you know? And so I'm not shopping. StarCraft was cool. I remember StarCraft coming out. I played it when it came out. The game was sick. Same with Warcraft, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, all that stuff. And I played all those. But, you know, I was first and foremost and forever will be a tabletop role-playing game player. Secondarily, a CRPG player. Like, that's me. You know, Dungeons and Dragons, later Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Typing a bunch of stuff into a console in Zork, you know. Later playing stuff like Planescape Torment and Palladium Rifts and things. Like, that's like my main jam. This wargaming stuff, I dabbled with Age of Sigmar, and I played a game or two at Trench Crusade. And I play tested for Vince's game, which is pretty good. And I expect that that video will be done over the weekend. Since Ogre book spoiled, and I'm going to be on his show Wednesday to talk about it, I feel like it's been entirely long enough. I should have been done with this particular video 2 weeks ago on Repent Ye Foolish Gods, but other things just got in the way. I'm not talking about EverQuest. I mean, I kind of am talking about EverQuest, but I'm not only talking about EverQuest. Zork 2? Zork Grand Inquisitor? With the most discount for kids Indiana Jones you've ever seen. Riffs unmentioned, a tragedy. No, we mentioned it. Don't worry about it. Warcraft 3 is better than StarCraft 2. Well, that's true, but that's also, you know, Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby. I'd put a lot of games ahead of StarCraft 2. StarCraft 1, for instance. Ohio Johnson. Arturo Sanchez. Is Repent a minigame or a TTRPG? It's trying to mix both a little bit. It is a miniature game. You don't have a dungeon master or anything, but it's trying to pull a lot of the feeling of 2nd edition AD&D, Diablo 1, Mordheim, and then like crushing that into a ball and throwing that ball at Dynasty Warriors. That's the game. That's his game. Excited for EQL launch. Yeah, that game is not finished. They announced their release date, which they were for sure contractually obliged to do at that particular date, and it could not be changed. I bet. It's not done. This isn't like a game releases and there's just shit missing it's not that bad. Okay? It's not that bad. But it's one of those games that EQL is going to release and it's going to be very nice. And then every once in a while you're going to come across something where you're like, damn, I feel like this ought to get fixed, or there should be another thing somewhere. And then probably every 3 weeks for the next 3 months, they're going to release massive content patches. But the base game is perfectly serviceable. I'll be enjoying myself. It's not, I was going to say dad gamers.
Wait a minute,
That's
how
not
big
true.
Oh, okay.
Dude, EQL, the sweats in EQL who don't have a job, it's because they're on Social Security. They retired. That's the target audience. The target audience is retired literal grandpas who played EverQuest in 1999. It's a casual solo-y game. It's no big deal. They'll have plenty of fun. It's just not the Path of Exile THJ that people maybe were hoping for a little bit. It's a little dungeon party simulator. Any 3D printing enjoyers care to tell what to buy? Saturn 4, Mars 5, or one of the Anycubic? I don't know anything about that, Player One, and I hope somebody responds to you. First time chatter, Crow Stuff. Saturn. It's the ideal size for resin, they say. Well, maybe instead of Crow Stuff, they should be called No Stuff. That one works in text better. +0. Artorius, 200 bits. You know, somebody shot that guy, but the PSP D&D Tactics was an excellent video game representation for 3.5. Not to mention D&D Online also used 3.5 because 3.5 was peak. It's true. I like 3.5. I even like 3.75. And DDO had a lot of pretty cool revolutionary ideas and then exploded and died. And nobody copied them because they were good ideas instead of easy ones. Yeah, Legend of 5 Rings or whatever. Legend of 5 Swords, Weeaboo Fight Hand Magic. There's a newish mech TTRPG war game hybrid called Metallurgent. Good name. That took a look recently. Very interesting. If you're looking in Ultra Crunch, literal spreadsheet gameplay. That's what I like. Somebody told me to check out Lancer too, and I haven't done that. So add Metallurgent to the pile. Anyway, we got to get through this whole book. And I think we will get to. But first, let's take it to a word from our sponsors.
Pardon me, would you have any
Cream.
But of course.
Grey Poupon. It even has cream.
Hello, everyone. I'm Scott, president of Domino's Pizza. Have you heard of Hatsune Miku?
Get a rope.
You let
get shirts so clean, Mr. Lee?
Ancient Chinese secret.
My husband, some...
Pure athlete, yeah.
Here's his ancient Chinese secret.
Cream.
Folks, I work with lots of people who wear dentures and smoke.
Mommy, how long will Charlie live?
1 second.
I like the Whopper the way it was. Fool. The new Whopper has more beef than ever, with luscious taste and a foamy trait.
Dunkin' Heinz Yellow rises to great heights of moistness.
This is the day of great taste.
Deluxious.
This is the day of great moistness.
This deluxe yellow rises above the rest.
Mmm, moisture.
Haven't you ever tried it?
No, is it soft?
Squeeze it.
Ooh, it is soft.
And help take a bite out of cream, yeah.
It still tastes good like a cigarette should.
Man, what a catchy tune. Lancer's a TTRPG, LARPing as a war game. Yeah, I know. That's what I like. I like that it's not a war game. I like that it's... Because I'm looking for TTRPGs, basically. I'm one of the... I'm a weirdo. I like the theatre of the mind, okay? As soon as Dungeons & Dragons added miniatures to the game... Look, that was a mistake. I'm just saying that was a mistake. Oh, flanking, my guy. Moved diagonally from one square to another. The first one's 5, the next one's 10. Get out of here. No. No, you draw it on a piece of paper, maybe. Everything else in people's heads. But I'm old and yelling at Cloud over here, so don't worry about it. There's only one streamer I trust with. News you can trust, I guess. Poof. I guess I should move my little guy over here. There we go. Scoot him out of the way. Benzel.
Fucking big.
Dude, so fucking big. Benzel thinks it's a tier 1, 23. Creamy, yeah. And 200 bits from Mortorius. We got the news stinger. We are so back. Yeah, I just turned I turned off monetization on YouTube. Because it's not like, you know, for live streams, even gigantic live streams where it's a Warhammer preview and there's 300 people, I make like $3 from ad revenue. So I'm like, fuck you, I'll just turn it off and play whatever goddamn music I want, right? And so I manually select no monetization on YouTube, and they have the gall, they have the audacity to send me an email after the stream is over. They send me 2 emails to both accounts, and they're like, there's a copyright issue, so we're going to have to turn off monetization on those YouTube videos. I'm like, bitch, I turned it off before I started the stream. Fuck you mean you have to turn it off? It's off. Get out of my face. Anyway, behind the scenes there. Shall we get into it? By the way, a brand new AOS doc 20XX. The year is 20XX. Machines rule the world. Humanity invented a fake UI a fake AI that is not really AI, but they call it AI. And unfortunately, the only work it makes obsolete is creativity and thinking, but it can't do manual labor. And so the only jobs that are left are the shit ones. That worth is earled. The doc, real ones know. Yeah, dude. 75,000 word doc times 2. Anyway, let's check out the faction rules battle traits. Some of the stuff we've seen already. But we might as well. Battle Tates. Let's do like tater tots. Battle Tates. Which one do I want here? EverQuest Legends. EverQuest Legends. Ogre Maw Tribes. There we go. Ogre Maw Tribes. Fresh. 75,000 word, huh? Yes. That's how big the Word document was. And it got to the point where it was like kind of lagging the computer in weird ways. And so I had to create a new one, and then that one got that big from just typing shit every 2 days for 5 years. No monetization doesn't mean Persona soundtrack walkies are coming back. Yes. Actually. One of the many things I'm working on in the background here. Completely unrelated, I hate Smash Brothers fans, says Alex True Custodians. Well, let me tell you. I used to do work for conventions, and I worked for a company that supplied like video game rooms for them and ran tournaments. You are not wrong. There wasn't a single event that we did that had Smash where something was not stolen from the Smash area, no matter what we did. The most garbage everywhere around there, the worst smell, the loudest. We eventually started putting them in a separate room than the main video game hall just to keep them contained there. And also, it's a shit game that sucks. The worst, just the worst. And then 5 years later, a bunch of allegations started coming out, and I'm like, I could see it. Say what you will about League of Legends and its fans. They don't go outside. Eat 'em alive. End of any turn. That means both. Pick a friendly ogre unit that used... Oh, notice, by the way. This is 4th edition, so I'm going to have to point this out every time fun is potentially allowed. Does not say once per turn army. That's big. It feels like it shouldn't be a big deal, but this is 4th edition. It's a big deal when they let you do anything. Pick a friendly ogre unit that used the fight ability that targeted a unit, excluding faction terrain, this turn. Then you can pick an enemy unit in combat with it to be the target. Well, that makes sense. The same enemy unit cannot be picked to be the target of this ability more than once per turn. Okay, so no fun allowed. 4th edition creeps its way in a little bit here. Part of the thing I don't like about the core rules of 4th is that there's so much red tape. If it was Magic, it would say everything enters tapped, right? Like, anyway. Also, if the unit is still alive, then there's another bite you can take out of them. That just makes sense to me. But hey, all right. Fair enough. And it says you can pick. I believe that's a may in the words of this. So if you wipe out the enemy unit, you still get the bonus. It's not like they have to still be alive or something like that for a intervening if clause or anything like that. Inflict D3 mortal damage on the target. It just happens. You're not rolling a 3-up, right? You're not rolling a D3 on a 2-up. Something happens. We're making progress. Then pick one of the following effects to apply to that friendly ogre unit for the rest of the battle. If any of these effects already apply to it, you can pick a different one to replace it, but they don't stack. Except for one particular unit, but even then, 2 of the same one don't stack for various reasons. I don't mind this level of no fun allowed, by the way. Up here, this level of no fun allowed is a little annoying, but this level is fine. It's like, how often are you going to kill 2 units in a row? Like, it happens, but... -1 from rend characteristic weapons used for attacks target this unit. It's excellent. Excellent defensive ability. Exotic Giblets. -1 from ward rolls for damage points inflicted by that unit's combat attacks. No companions, though. Fuck off, Beast Claw Raiders. But everybody else, this is excellent. Exotic Gibbolets. Steaming Brains, add 2 to the control characteristic. Useless. Crunchy Bones. Melee weapons have crit 2 hits. That's great. It's like the equivalent of +1 to hit, depending. If that unit melee weapons already have crit 2 hits, they get crit mortal instead. Huge. I forgot to look to see how many crit 2 hits there were in this army. So this one we'll see how many people get this or not. Normally I would say, well, you just take Crunchy Bones twice, but you can't because it explicitly stops you from doing that up here. Slick Innards. You just ate some lettuce. That unit can use charge even if it used run. That's great. No run and shoot, but run and charge is excellent, particularly in an army like this. Ogre armies are already very used to having run and charge for free everywhere they want, automatically, without doing anything. 140-point Butcher radiates an aura around himself passively at all times. You can take a bunch of them. So, it's going to be way harder to get run and charge now than it used to be, which is a downgrade. But there's all these options, and a lot of other stuff is different, so you can't just say it's worse. And then Mystery Meat. Subtract 1 from the power level of enemy units while they're in combat with that unit to a minimum of 0. Almost never would ever come up, and I would probably 100% of the time take anything else but Mystery Meat. I mean, probably you just want to kill that wizard that you're going to be fighting later. Like if I guess you charge into a Zinch guy and fail to kill him and then subtract 1 power level maybe, but then they just retreat, but then they take D3. I don't know. This one is whatever. Mindfold's control characteristics, so +2 for every model. Yeah, I don't care. It could be +100, and I wouldn't care. The part of Steaming Brains that deserves to be defended, because I'm not normally a control characteristic defender. You kill your enemy. That's how you control points. And it's still basically like that in this game. However, Steaming Brains is potentially good. You'll just almost never use it. That's the only thing. You'll use this thing 1 out of 12 times. But the one time you do, you'll win the game. It's one of those. Notice when you choose this. You choose to do this at the end of a turn. So you know, you have full information. And you can just count. Oh, I killed that unit, but this one is also on the objective. So you just look at it and you count. And if the opponent is going to control that objective, unless you use Steaming Brains, and the game is kind of close, then you just choose Steaming Brains and they immediately don't control the objective. You just stole points from them. That can be huge. So that, to me, I like that part where you fail to kill something, or you do and there's something else still there. And you just look at it and count, and you're like, well, I guess I'll take points from you. And then you can just do that. And if it's turn 5 or 4 or whatever, you might win the game. So I will defend Steaming Brains. I think it's better than Mystery Meat, because I would choose it. Anyway, almost all of these are extremely good, and the ones that aren't good are just really, really rare, but they could be really good. So that's sick. You love to see it. It doesn't work on a shit D3. It just happens. That's excellent. All this stuff is good, and you can use it any number of times. You can't target the same enemy unit twice, which is a bummer, and I don't like, but hey, all right. And then there's a designer's note down here. Only one of these effects can apply to the same unit at the same time unless specified otherwise. Also note that Steaming Brains affects control characteristic, not control score. Yeah, it's a bigger increase. We'll have to come up here and see. Remind me to come back to this slide after we see how much crit 2 hits is in this army. If there's a bunch of crit 2 hits, then Crunchy Bones becomes really good. If there isn't a lot, then probably not. Crit 2 hits still is better than nothing if you don't want defense and your opponent doesn't have wards, for instance. Like, crit 2 hits is fine. It's just a different way of getting +1 to hit, kinda. Mathematically. Eat am alive. Eat Tums a leave. I'll give it a B. Eat Tums alive, I give it a B. Normally I would have given it a C, but you can take a guy to turn it on, so it gets upgraded to a B. Because normally level up abilities are not good in Age of Sigmar, because the most important time to have a level up ability is the first time you enter combat. The first combat a unit enters is typically the most important one to win, and you'll never have it for that. So normally level up stuff sucks. But since you can turn it on, you can. Technically a gigantic nerf to run and charge, I guess. Technically a gigantic nerf to access to run and charge, but hey, alright, enough is different so that, you know, now it's different, right? Next up is Bull Charge. Once per turn army. Oh, okay. Don't like that. Any charge phase. Pick a friendly Ogre Mod Tribe's unit that charges turn has not used a rampage. Okay, so this is a rampage. No, it's not a rampage. It doesn't have the rampage keyword. It's just you can't have used a rampage. Do rampage abilities normally have the rampage keyword? I'm not super familiar with 4th ed now, suddenly. Couldn't I just use Bull Charge and then use a rampage? If not, I gotta find a rampage really quick and check if it has like a rampage keyword. We'll look at something we've already seen. Yeah, keyword rampage right here. Since you can order the resolution or use of your abilities whenever you want, don't you just do this one and then do your rampage and it all works? So this is probably unintended, I would imagine. That's fun. Probably unintended, but that's fun. Some rampages say, if you didn't bull charge, all right, I'll return to this then. Maybe that's how they close the gap. And if it ends up not mattering, I'll just delete. Your friendly Outer Mod Tribe's unit that charged and has not used the Rampaggy. Your opponent must move the target up to 3. It can move through combat. Okay. Up to 3. It could be 0. After your opponent has done so, roll a die for each model in the unit using this ability that is within 3 of the target. Add 1 to the roll if the unit using it is a Gutbuster. For each 3 up, 1 mortal damage. Okay, whatever. So, 2 mortal wounds for 5 guys-ish. Maybe 3. Statistically 3, we'll say. Which is in the realms of I Shrug kind of damage. And it's only once per turn army. And they have this stupid movement thing, like a browbeat. Then you get to make a pile in. And the target counts as having moved even if they don't move. So if you have 10 gluttons, you can expect like 7 mortals. Which is more than I Shrug. That's moving into grown man damage. So the opponent will, because it's browbeat, I no longer care about this first part. Like 3 mortal wounds or 7 if a big unit of gluttons, but it is a browbeat mechanic, which means your opponent gets to choose the worst thing for you and the best thing for them every time after thinking about it. Don't like browbeat. If all of the Beast Claw monsters still have their impact hits, then that's something else. But, yeah, very sad. I think the idea is when you line up a big unit of gluttons towards a unit objective, you force them to make a hard choice. I don't think it's a hard choice. If 10 gluttons are charging something, it's probably dead. Right? I don't know. Maybe it's like a gigantic anvil, and they move 3 and stay on the objective, and now just don't take the mortals. Right? I guess they could be positioned in such a way where they have to move off of the objective. That seems pretty niche. It's actually 8 or 9 if a big unit, because it's like on a 2-up. Yeah, but you haven't seen me play. My 2-ups are looking more like 6 or 7 out of 10, and not exactly 8 or 9. Results may vary. Isn't it also pretty pants with monsters? You're only getting 1 die per model into the charging unit. Yeah, it's it's bad, yeah. It's kind of a double piling, yeah. I don't like double pile-ins, though. My favorite part of piling in is when I get to do damage afterwards, not just moving. I think Bulls on Parade... I need to see this. I think I have to see this on the table. It sounds bad to me. It sounds like my opponent decides whether they take 8 mortal wounds or not, and they decide not to, and I don't get anything out of that in 80% of interactions. Now, possibly, like, I'm thinking the first time you play against ogres, you have your screens 3 inches in front of your main guys, right? And then you're like, oh shit, if I move away, then the ogres are going to pile into and then reach over top and hit the guys that I'm trying to screen for, right? But even in that situation, you have a screen of 10 wounds, so you remove it, you reduce it to 3. Because your screen is expendable anyway. I don't know. If you properly tripod enemy model farthest from the side, it can't move and the rest won't be able to move away due to coherency. Yeah, but if I'm allowed to get that perfect, I feel like I'm like hella winning anyway. But maybe, I guess. I need to see this on the table. I don't like it. I don't like giving my opponent... I like giving my opponent's options tactically. I don't like giving my opponent's options within a rule to decide whether that rule does damage or not. I think that's bad in a game like this. It's even bad in a game like Magic, much less this. On paper, D. On the table, question mark. I don't like it. It could be amazing. I need to play with it, but it reads bad to me. Battle traits can't. Once a battle deployment, and then your movement. Oh, so this is a deploy. Jaws of the Beast. Jaws of the movie. BCR hero that is leading a regiment, and then you deploy them in the Everwinter. Pick a friendly BCR hero that is tracking. Set up that hero wholly within 9. Then set up the other friendly unit that is tracking prey. But you pick a non-hero that has not been deployed, okay. I think no restrictions. Just anything. Frost Lord and another Frost Lord or whatever. No, non-hero. Frost Lord and a... Wait, we don't have a lot of non-heroes left. Hold on. We lost a lot of non-heroes. I'm gonna have to check the tapes on that. We got Beast Riders. Mornfang are gone. Yetis are gone. There's the new Hunters. That's a unit. That's not a hero. Second unit doesn't need to be Beastclaw. It might end up having to be because it has to be in their regiment. We'll see. Does it have the force organization chart? It does not. We'll see what can be in their regiment. That'll matter. So, I guess... +1 non-hero. from F to A. This ability could be anywhere from an F to an A. It depends on what our heroes are and what the units are. I will return to this in the future. It is an ambush. They have any Ogre Maw tribes. The Frost Lord can take anything. Okay, so it can be anything. What about do we have like what's the cheapest one? Because I'm looking for a Deep Striker. I'm either looking for a unit that's already good, like Frost Lord isn't anymore, or the cheapest hero. I wonder if there's like a hunter or something. I'm still going to return to this. Icebrow, it has any Beast Claw. I think Icebrow is gone. I'll check. We'll know more. Blood Pelt. Blood Pelt is Gutbuster. Oh, is he changed? Is Blood Pelt Beast Claw now? Oh, he got swapped. Okay. He switched sides. The traitor. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay, so we could take a Blood Pelt Hunter plus Murga. Or whatever. No, she's a hero. A unit of the replacement Mornfang for 560. Or whatever. Okay. The floor is a C now. And as we look at the War Scrolls, I'm going to come back and update this. And that's it. So we got Eat Tums Alive. It is a B. But only because of Big Goosh. Without Big Goosh, it is a C. Bulls of Parade. On paper, a D. And I don't think it's very elegant rules writing in any case. On the table, we'll see. And then Jaws the movie could be anything, but I'm leading pretty good. Which means the battle tates. Now it's not just like you look. This is a D and this is a B, so you just move it to a C. That's not really how it works. Because if something is bad, you just don't use it, and if something is good, you build your army around it, right? So it's not just a halfway point between these. I think their battle traits are a B, and if this gets better, then it might go to a B plus. If you use this, if you don't, then it's not. I'm gonna give him a B minus because I'm insulted by Browbeat on a personal level. Battle formations. I will never not call them subfactions. They should just call them that. I'm mad. You can pick one of the following battle formations for an Ogre Maw Tribe's army. Each battle formation grants a different ability you can use. Hunger-filled tribe. They didn't think too hard about these headings, did they? Once per turn army, end of any turn. Feast of Bloodshed. For each enemy unit that was destroyed this turn, pick a friendly Ogre Maw Tribe's unit that is not in combat and has not used the Power Through command this turn to be the target. So, every combat that you completely win, in other words. And even though it's once per army, you're choosing each, right? So once per turn army isn't really a downside because you're picking every single one. Now, usually that's going to be one of them. Sometimes two. In the most glorious turn ever, it's 5 or whatever. But that'll never happen. Each target can move 3. It can move through the combat ranges of enemy and can end the move in combat. Oh, but you don't do any damage. Okay, so you shimmy. You shimmy your entire army 3. That is actually kind of good. You super win and then you can move 3 wherever. Alright, that's kind of good. And of any turn. So sometimes on your opponent's turn, you might end up winning a combat, and then you get to shimmy, and then it's your turn again. Like, that isn't the worst. Once again, I'm noticing a theme here. The theme with new ogres is you are huge, and so you're going to bully people, right? You're going to win fights. And for all the fights that you win, you are going to be rewarded for it. So you are rewarded for winning. It is the win more army. That's the whiff I'm smelling for mechanical themes here is you're rewarded for winning, and it's the win more kind of army. So every time you win, you get a bonus. It doesn't help you not lose, but there it is. You get 2% win back on all your win purchases, yeah. Oh, Tomb King Tristan coming in here with the flats. Two feast, two bloodiest. Two feast, two bloodiest. EOT for each combat you totally won. Pick anyone not in combat anywhere. It's going to be the centerpiece. You're choosing red, and red is going to move 3. It could be anybody, as I read this. Just somebody not in combat. So, 35 inches away, your cavalry killed some prospector unit, and red moves 3. I actually like the sound of that. This is good. Yeah. That's potentially a solid B. It works on both player turns. You don't have to pick whoever. You can pick a bunch of people if you want. Can you pick the same one? I'm gonna. The intent is that no, you can't pick the same one. The intent is that no, you can't. You can't move the same guy. You can't move him 6. Anyone who moved into combat with it can then use Eat 'em Alive. If they use the fight ability that targeted that particular unit. Yeah. So you can't like completely free lunch your way into Eat 'em Alive. It does have to be a unit that fought the particular thing you moved into combat for that turn. It's not the full free lunch. But it's a play you could sometimes make. I'll give it a B. Smash and grab. The old smash and grab, dude. This is from... Isn't this lifted wholesale from Ironjaw's 2nd edition Battle Tome? No, it's swapped. I'm thinking of... I think it's the brute boss. He had the old grabbin'... I think it was called the old grabbin' bash, where if you hit with one of the weapons, the other one auto hit or something like that. Any IJ players who played 10 years ago? Anyway, I have so much useless AOS knowledge now because they reinvent the whole game every 3 years. Anyway, the old smash and grab. old smash and grab. Pick each friendly Ogre Tribes unit to charge this turn, and for which the unmodified charge roll was 8 up. Okay, so this is the roulette wheel. Each target can move 3. Oh, we're just moving 3 on both of these, huh? We're moving. It can move through combat, but must end it in combat with units who is in combat with a start. Okay. So we're casino moving. Once per turn army. I don't know what I'm not sure I know what the grab part of the smash and grab is, because what you're doing is you're moving 3. So you had a big charge, that's the smash. And then you move 3. That's not grabbing, that's you moving. But hey, alright. D, never taking it. Ever. Hinterland Hunters. Prowling Predators. Why don't you take a seat? Subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks that target friendly Ogre Tribes units while they are wholly within 9 of a battlefield edge and have not charged. Okay. -1 to get... Ooh, I was about to type shot. But this is not ranged. This is everything. All right. Why don't you take a seat? -1 to get hit if you are not playing Age of Sigmar and are for some reason near a table edge, which you just never are. Or you failed your charge after an ambush. This is like ambush insurance. C? Minus? No. Holy 9 battlefield edge. Is the game just opposite day now? Is anyone ever holy 9 of a battlefield edge when they weren't ambushing? I gotta imagine, kinda no. I'll give it a D+ because it does synergize with you ambushing, right? Because that's with the ambush battle trait. You ambush in, you fail your charge or whatever, your guy's there, and now it's harder to punish you. So it has an use. I don't think I'm ever taking the smash and grab. 2 feast, 2 blabludius is kind of nice. You get the shimmy. Shimmying is good. And it's both turns shimmying. If you had an annoying ranged unit poking them, making them deal with it is harder. Yeah, but once the ranged unit's in combat, they're shut off one way or another, right? And then we got grubs up mateys. Grub and dub. The grub and dub. Pick each friendly remote tribes unit that has been picked to be the target of Edams, and you just heal. Oh, okay. We found a winner. We have a winner. Okay. Yep. Every time you use your battle trait, you do what your battle trait kind of should, which is bite 'em and heal 'em. You'll love to see it. It's not flashy. It just works. That's good. It's a good ability. Is that a mistake? Okay. Brackets. A, if battle isn't a typo. Okay. We'll use some bracketing here. Possible typo. Heal every turn forever if you ever fought. Right? You bought 2 KFC buckets and 1 is for the ride home riding on the Rhino. This is like potentially A+. I think this is A+ if battle isn't a typo. Whenever you take a bite out of cream. I think this is the best one anyway, but okay, so picture this. You get into some fights against people's chaff or whatever, and then this is not your turn, this is any turn, okay? Every turn, you're just at full life. Very interesting. Yeah, this is, I think, Grubs Up Mateys is either the best one, barely edging out Feast of Bloodshed, or Hydrogen Bomb versus 3 Coughing Babies. My turn, heal D3. Your turn, heal D3. My turn, heal D3. They're just like standing on an objective somewhere, healing D3, chowing down, eating a turtle leg from the Renaissance Fair they got 2 battle rounds ago. All right. Subfactions. Not great. But you take the 1. You take the 1. C+, unless A. Now, you might ask yourself, the one that you're going to take is a B, so why are your subfactions a C? Because 2 of them are shit, and 1 might be a typo. And these 2 it doesn't change your army at all, okay? If you're playing any type of ogre, you're going to enter combats. Would you like to shimmy as you enter those combats? Or would you like to heal as you enter those combats? Like, it doesn't, like, promote any sort of build-around thing with the subfactions. And so they're just, like, they're weak subfactions from, like, a building perspective. One of them is potentially very strong, but hey, all right. Traits. Leave not a morsel. While they're within 6 of invisible to this unit, enemy units cannot be healed or have slain models returned to them. 6 is pretty short, but then again, it could have said in combat, and it didn't, so I should be grateful. Morsel, levers, BTFO. What do you stop? Enemies within 6, no helo, no returno. No, I did mean returno. Thanks, MS Word, for trying. F. The dreaded far and wide. Well, we got the wide part. Do you want to try Copilot? No, I went into regedit and disabled it. And it fucked some shit up, actually. Rally negate is neato. Not from 6 inches away, it's not. I feel like rally... Oh, maybe. If we're shooting. But yeah, too close, I think. Dreaded far and wide. Ignore negative modifiers to control score, hit and wound rolls for non-companion attacks. Fuck Beast Claw, am I right? Charge rolls for this unit. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. The number of dice rolled when making charge... Oh, they wanted to cover all their bases, huh? Okay, don't fuck with me. The far and wide. Ignore negative hit, wound, charge stuff for this dude. Doesn't help companion, fuck off BCR. C. I'll go to a C. If you're playing the Rhino, this is probably maybe good. But it's like no one would ever really be happy to take this, I don't think. Yes, penalties to hit really hurt this army because we hit on 4s already. And yes, charge stuff is potentially ruinous, but it's like just that one hero. And I get the impression this army's damage comes from your guys and not necessarily your heroes, although your heroes can fight. But what you want to do is give that to your guys instead. It's fine. I'll take it if there's nothing else. Edge Arcade thinks the gifting tier 1 to A. Lamau Ambassador. Good name, by the way. Wide gaming is the way. Big. You don't need to type it, sir. You have the pass. You can use the emote now. You leveled up. And the last one, so I'm looking for something that's good. The Crusher Guts. Once per turn army, any combat phase. If this unit charged, pick an enemy unit in combat with it to be the target. Oh, okay. Roll die if the roll exceeds the target's health characteristic, you eat them. Oh, and no pylon moves. Nice. All right. The Eater. Wait. If the roll exceeds the target's health characteristic, everything else. Okay. You can't just do this to a hero and have it not pile in, is my point. You have to actually have eaten a guy and succeeded at that roll. So if you're charging like a monster or something, it can always pile in. C. It's okay. It's okay. I'm probably going to call it a C+ because I think it's better than far and wide. But I could see taking either of these. I don't think, no, it's not better than far and wide. You take one of these two. This is a silver bullet against a lot of armies if you're using a combat hero. And this is a random chance to randomly have something happen sometimes. That's like so good sometimes. And doesn't help against a lot of stuff. Your traits are bad. Bad. I'm going to say a D. Bad traits. Nothing Nothing like excites me. I'm not excited to take any of these. They're just an option. If I could get points back by not taking them, I would. Not exciting. Meh. Can we get 3 artifacts, though? You like far and wide on specifically Blood Pelt or the Rhino? Yeah. Like, these last 2 are clearly useful. It's just like I'm choosing them because I get them for free. But if there was a list of 10 of them, I would never choose these 3 ever, right? Like that kind of thing. Plunder. The trophy rack. I remember the trophy rack. The trophy rack is a fan favorite of old for Gutbusters. Most notably, giving +1 to hit in shooting against enemy heroes. Well, melee or ranged. It was great. Pick one of the following trophies for the rest of the battle. Melee weapons. Okay, so melee only, first of all. By other friendly Ogor Tribes units, so not the hero as well. Have the corresponding weapon ability while they are wholly within 6. Gugh. Ugh. Gugh. Can you fit? Fuck you. Anti-monster rend, good. Anti-war machine rend, not good. Anti-cavalry, good. Okay. It's just, I mean, you get to choose after deployment. They took my advice from 7 years ago. That's cool. Yeah, it used to be wholly within 12. Now it's wholly within 6. The much diminished trophy rack. Holy 6. Fuck off. Deployment silver bullet is nice. Good suggestion. Whoever said to do that 7 years ago. I don't know what to call it. So this is like target unit the hero is right next to gets potentially a, I mean, +1 rend is just a great bonus, and you look at your opponent's army before you choose it. Unfortunately, the thing I would probably choose, I feel like you choose cavalry half the time, you choose infantry the other half, and infantry is not on the list. But it's so annoying to, like, do it. But then again, all you have to do is play perfectly, and you get it. So what do we call this? C. It's a good bonus, even if it can't hit infantry. But it's just really toxic to play under these conditions, and I'm putting my foot down, and it's affecting its score. Playability also matters. Carvelox Hide. Ward 6. It also has Ward 4 against damage points inflicted by spells, prayers, and manifestations. Alright. Many of our heroes have those or can get those already. What's it called? I can't remember the name of it. What was that Mortal Realm artifact that it was a cape and it gave you a 4-up ward against only mortal wounds? It was like Agrax's cloak or something like that. Any olds? Any olds remember? It was like something scale. cape, and I think it started with an A. Anyway. Cardioid cape. Oh, what's an Agrodon cape? Carvalox is a burb. Yeah. Agrax Earth Shroud. No, it sounds like what it would be, but no. B minus minus minus. It's like good and minor and free and boring and good. Like if you're taking like a generic Rhino hero, you just give him this, and then he can fuck off and have a ward all the time. Like, that's just good. Are you taking him? Probably not. But it's like something B minus minus minus. It's like really, yeah, it's like a silver bullet, so this should be why not all of these at deployment? Mantle of Entrails. Once per battle army. Already. Alright. Mantle of once per battle. At least they don't do once per battle roll a die anymore. Like, they've learned from that. We're past the point of that kind of shitty game design. Pick a visible enemy unit within 12 to be the target. Until the start of your next turn, each time the target uses a command, roll a die. That doesn't count. They're going to use a command a lot. Wait, it's just on the start of your next turn. Okay. On a 3-up, it has no effect and still counts. Okay. All right. We're not past that. Is it your hero phase? It's any hero phase. Mini Bellicor, but they can just elect not to use commands and just move and fight. Yeah, they can just choose not to do that. I mean, if they would have and they choose not to, it's kind of like countering it, but they're still using that resource elsewhere, so it's just shifting it, which is probably good for you unless they were planning on doing the wrong thing and accidentally end up doing the right thing. It's just, yeah, it's per command. It's for each of them. And it lasts until your next turn, so it could... Half the time it's going to last for 2 turns instead of 1. That's a long time. It has more opportunities probably to be good than be bad. It's not like bad. The effect is strong. It does have to be within enemy hero within 12 during a hero phase, which is not always going to happen. In the first place. Yeah, artifacts are not good either. They have the potential to be so good. Maybe. Sometimes. This army's power is not in their traits or artifacts. Artifacts are a D+. They're worse than the traits, I think. I'm like very happy to take corduroy cape on like a rhino maybe. Or just a guy. But just boring. Just bland. C. Enhancements. You just take whichever ones don't cost points, because none of them are exciting, really. I'd probably take the sure thing both times, maybe, right? Probably far and wide, maybe Crusher, probably the Ward, maybe the Trophy Rack, if I want to be annoyed the entire game, but it's good. Like this, like Trophy Rack is good. You just have to be annoyed for the whole game while you're doing it. And then Mantle could be so good, maybe, sometimes. No, I think I'm going to say this is not how I want artifacts to be. I'm going to give them a D. This is just not how I want artifacts to be in this game. Good work on choosing and deployment, though. Spells. Totally spells. Do we have one spell lore or two? We have one. Your hero phase, Blood Feast. Nice. Oh, we kept the +1 attack. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And it's a 6 instead of a 7. Nice. Yep. Holy 12. Wait, it's hit instead. Ooh. Ugh. You hate to see it. So this means Iron Guts are going from 8-man from 8-man reinforced down to 6-man reinforced, which loses them 6 attacks. And we're losing Blood Feast, which means they're losing 8 additional attacks. So like a unit of 8 Iron Guts are hitting like 14 fewer times. Okay. Big, gigantic damage nerf for this army period. Ignax's scales. You are right. That's it. Thank you. Somebody looked it up. He was busy. He couldn't type it. Ignax's scales. That shit was sick. +1 hit is better than +1 attack. If you can't get +1 to hit anywhere else, maybe. But I bet we can find a way to get +1 to hit some other way. Didn't need to look it up. You remember Soul? There it is. Asval. Has HeyWoah watched or perhaps even enjoyed World Cup games? No, I don't care about soccer. I'm American. And one of the things, in a lot of ways, I'm not the typical American, but in some ways I am. And it is our God-given right not to pretend to give a shit about soccer. Soccer is for Euros to care about and their former colonies. You sometimes need 2+1s to overcome debuffs. That is true. Yeah. That is true. Can we get this for shooting, though? Combat attacks. We cannot get it for shooting. Is that our unlimited? That's our unlimited. Okay. Like, it's still good, but sad. Cast on 6. Is it Holy 12? Yeah. Yeah, it's still good. I'm just sad. Unlimited on something you can't stack. Game design. Would you consider playing the new mounted guy? Or is he too far removed from the Stonehorn Thundertusk aesthetic for you? I'll get to the War Scroll because I only glanced at some of these. But Stonehorns and Thundertusks and stuff, they're on their way out. So I had my fun. Half their foot is through the door. I can play whatever as long as it's fun and cool. The Shin Cruncher on a 7. Visible enemy 12, way too close. Range sucks. Spell probably sucks because of that. Until starting next turn, each time the target ends a move or is set up, inflict D3 mortals. Well, the effect is very good. And designer's note, we made a combo with the Bolt Charge. See, do you like Browbeat now? Fuck you. Shin Megame Crunche. Cast on 7. Range 12. Way too short. 3/3 mortal wounds every time they move or set up. Actually strong effect. That is a strong effect. Combos with the bad Browbeat thing. Giga short range. But you will be able to cast it sometimes, probably. Spell's good. What difference of combat attack and melee attacks? I'm assuming they wouldn't have written this if we didn't... Well, maybe, I don't... Functionally, there's no difference, but if you are fighting out of phase, like if you're fighting during the hero phase or something, then you would get melee bonuses, but not combat bonuses, because combat means combat phase. So the only reason they would write combat attacks here instead of melee is if this book had some sort of fight during the hero phase stuff. But I don't think it does, because they don't do that in 4th edition. So my real answer is, I don't know. I guess we'll find out as we scroll. Well, Gutseers get you plus 12, so it can be 24. Yeah, but it's not really 24, because you have to get someone within 12. You know? So to me, that's like an asterisk. You got to get somebody within 12, which is still getting them there, right? And I think the unit that acts as a beacon has like tissue paper armor and explodes into a pile of goo if anything looks at them, which might be a problem. AOS just uses combat to mean melee. Does it use it interchangeably? Because it uses combat or it uses melee elsewhere, right? Or maybe they switched. Maybe 4th edition they just switched. Let's check out Trophy Rack. Melee weapon. Oh, this one's talking about melee weapons. Doesn't quite count. I bet it's just interchangeable. Maybe they switched from saying melee attacks to combat attacks. It could be. That could be a 4th ed, like, nomenclature update. Taloflag. Ormont Tribe's Wizard, Holy 12. Target is not visible to enemies more than 12 away. Okay, so we got a little silver bullet. Little anti-shooter. This thing is a C. The effect is very good, but you have to get too close, I think. Which means that it's going, whenever you are ever in a position to cast it, it's going to feel like an A-tier spell. But I think the downsides bring it down to a C. On the table, it might be stronger. Tallow Bullet is Silver Bullet out of 10. Silver Bullet plus. And Blood Feast is good, but it is sad. But it is good. Spells are a B+. You're just gonna cast +1 to hit on literally everything. Like you're just gonna be casting +1 to hit, not forever, and that's going to produce power for this army. So your spells will end up being a B+. Even though I'm annoyed at them, it's gonna be it's a good spell. It's like decent spell list. Prayer lore. Player lore. Freezing Tailwinds. Hey, they brought it back. +3 move. Works on a 3 now. You love to see it. Friendly Ormont Tribe's Priest. Visible friendly Ormont Tribe's unit holier than 12. Okay, so it's anybody. We're unlocking some keyword bingo. I'm not seeing Gutbuster here anywhere. Notice how it says Ogor Tribe's unit. It doesn't say non-monster, non-hero, Gutbuster only. We removed that stuff. That's great. Same up here. Not Beastclaw only. Until its 30 next turn, 1 to run and charge. Add 2 instead if the chanting roll was a 6, which isn't that hard to get to. And it's unlimited. And with the amount of run and charge in this army, that's kind of like +2 move-ish. For one thing. Maybe 2 things sometimes. Really, it's just one thing. Whoever you target with red. Kind of worse than it used to be. Freezing Tailgates. Prey on 3 up. Holy 12. No keyword bingo. That's good. +1 run and charge. Anything else? It is worse, but it is P good, because they unlocked the bingo. What is this thing? You have to target the guy that you ooshed, right? For you to essentially get +2 inch movement instead of 3 rain or shine like it used to be. B for bingo. I don't think it's that great. B minus. You can set up like a big slammer, right? You pray turn 1, you either kill something or you're playing red. And then turn 2, you can get a +4 long bomber, right? On the main guy. That's a big play. That's a big play. And it is an unlimited prayer. So you can just toss it on everybody and it's like your army has +1 move. Unlimited. I don't know how many priests you're using. Hopefully, because we did not see become a priest in these traits and artifacts, to my great chagrin. And so we're running out of hopium to get a foot priest that we've been wanting forever. Pulverizing Hailstorm. It's back. Works on a 4. Visible enemy unit within 12. Range is way short. If the chanting roll was 8, you can pick another. Just 3. Oh, okay. They fixed it. They fixed it. This used to be written poorly. They fixed Pulverizing Hailstorm. That's great. Fixed Hailstorm. Then broke it again. Two targets on an 8. Range is way too short. Straight 3 is nice. 2 targets on an 8 up instead of double damage. You never use this on 2 targets or carrot ever. But this prayer actually works if you roll a 4. Before it didn't. Before you would succeed at the prayer with a 4 up and then still have to roll another die to see if it worked at all. And if it didn't, the prayer technically counted as succeeding because you passed the prayer roll, and so you lost all your points even though it didn't do anything. And it was fucking bullshit. They at least fixed that part of it. Now it's just a bad prayer. It's just a normal, everyday bad prayer. It's good if you happen to be within 12 of something with your priest. I'll improve this C if the war scroll for the priests are good. And I'll make this worse maybe if our priests are bad. And I'll make the prayer lore different. Fortifying Hoarfrost. Oh, I should have noticed. They got rid of the worst playstyle I've ever seen. We used the turn terrain features into obscuring, which was miserable and terrible. And now that's just gone. Consequently, we also, I guess, lost the possibility of getting wards, but that ability was so shit that it didn't even matter. All right. Fortnite frying Hoarfrost. Prey on a 4. Visible friendly 12. So your next turn, subtract 1 from wound rolls, attacks, target the friendly unit. Ah, the good one. Okay. It's good. 8 up, -1, incoming rend also. S tier prayer. Maybe it's just A or A plus or something like that, but from an ogre point of view, this is an S tier prayer. I know like Fire Slayers just get this and they're like whatever, but this is really good. It's not an S. I had a moment of emotion there. Okay, it's merely an A. It's merely like an excellent prayer. Yeah, this is just everything right for attacks, shooting, melee, whatever. And the rend also works, shooting melee, whatever. It's fucking good. So you get a tiny movement increase unless you already killed something or are playing red, in which case you get a decent movement increase, unless you're going 6 up, and then you get an amazing movement increase, and it's unlimited. You get a shitty damage ability with too short of range, but you will use it sometimes. And you get the fucking hot shit, which is amazing. Your prayer lore is really good. Your prayer lore is very good. They did something. This is great. How many priests can I put in an army? Are the priests good? This shit is sick. You know, it is weird that red isn't a priest. Well, it is weird and it isn't weird. Gut magic has always been specifically spellcasting. Even their culinary stuff, even their worshipy stuff. But he is a priest of the Maw, right? That's like his job. So it is weird that he's not a priest. Should have been a priest wizard. Instead of a 2-cast wizard, he should have been a 1-cast wizard and a 1-cast priest. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. Now we get to the War Scrolls. So, Prayer Lore A, Spell Lore B+, Artifacts D, Traits D, Subfactions C. Unless this isn't a typo, then A. Then it's an A. Battle Traits B-. Eat 'em Alive is good-ish. If you play Big Goosh, then it's just good. Bulls on Parade is annoying and bad. But then every once in a while, if you're winning anyway, and your opponent has no good choice to make, it might feel good. I don't like it. So we're up and down here. Mostly up. Right? Mostly up. The book still hangs in the balance. At least your artifact is on the pod. It's true. Like they don't actively hurt. They're just boring and minor and kind of weird. War Scrolls. First up, Morg of the Mighty. The smallest ogre tyrant I've ever seen. Don't like the retcon. Her helmet is fixed, though. This is a cool helmet. I think this is all it takes. For me, the thing I didn't like about the helmets was they needed one more thing. And she put one more thing on the helmet, and now I like it. That's all it took. Nice pose, actually. But then you see the other side, and the weapon is very small and stupid. Weapon size is important. I like this stuff back here. This creature is completely immobile, so I don't like the pose. She needs to be monstrously fat. Like, over tyrant big, and she's not. And I'm sad. Lady Tyrant is too small for HeyWoah. Yeah, and the guy one is too small as well. Oh, over Tyrants are supposed to be like fucking huge, and she's just not. Maybe this is in my head. Maybe I'm just imagining this, but over Tyrants were supposed to be like approach it like half the size of a Guo, like just they can't even move, they're so huge. Like that's kind of what I was looking for. The fucking librarian vampire from Blade, you know. Anyway, let's check the wheel. 16, 10, 3, 10. Oh, that's a proper wheel. This is a wheel. This shit's good. They gave her a 3-up save, something they've refused to give Beast Claw back after they stole it from us. No ward though. Big downside. Yes, you can give it back to her in various ways, but most of those involve death starring. And this is the type of thing you want to just fuck off and be on its own. So more guh. I'm literally Gordon Ramsay right now. Finally, a good fucking save. Holy. Proper. You don't know why she has a Stormcast save? Well, maybe they're like, she should have a Stonehorn save. Not current day, because they lowered them all, but what if she had the old school Stonehorn save? Size does matter, HeyWoah 2026. I mean, it's true. The Meat Fist Mashler. Crit mortals, you love to see it. 4 attacks, 3s and 2s, 2-3. That's some... Alright, she pounds. And Grutta's Horns and Hooves. Charge pulls and damage companion. 8 attacks, 4s and 2s, 2-3, +1 on the charge. This is just like Stonehorn. This is what Frost Lords used to do, and don't anymore. This model is just a Frost Lord. Yeah, she just replaced. This is a Frost Lord's profile. The whole thing. This is what we used to have, kinda. This was 6, and then we had some hoof attacks that sucked. But like, end of the day, she does like proper Frost Lord damage, like you would expect if they made the War Scrolls cool again. She's an ogre's ogre. More than one effect of the Eat 'em Alive ability can apply to this unit at the same time, but the same effect can't be applied. Okay, so that's fun. This is a role-playing ability. That's fun. Double battle trait thing. Parenthetical fun. Once per turn army, any combat phase, a light snack. Pick an enemy unit in combat. Roll die. Just kill it. Oh, so she has that artifact then. So she chose... What is it? She picked the Eater. So she just has the Eater artifact, essentially. Except without the pile-in thing. It comes with the Eater artifact. The right motivation. Pick a visible, friendly Ogre Tribe's infantry, so you can't choose yourself. Hold within 12. For the rest of the turn, the following effects apply. Well, the target has not had any damage points allocated to it. Pin cushion on opponent ones. Okay, so... something. If the target has had damage, +1 attacks. Okay. So this is how we get our attacks back, kinda. So you have dudes next to her, and what you do is you fight with her first, and then if they swing back on those guys, they'll take mortals from swinging and missing, and then when the ogres get to fight, they get a bonus to attack to kind of make up for the casualties you suffered. The wrong motivation. Weird compatibility, kind of good. I get what they're doing with it, but you can't target itself, and that makes it very awkward for her in a way that I don't like. Like, are you using this 400 and whatever point thing to babysit another unit that's going to keep up with her? Like, her and 4 Mournfang are 1,000 points. Alright, been there, ate that. You heal, or you big heal if you killed a monster. Okay, so she just auto heals EOT. Auto heals EOT if you fought. And so she gets to like double chomper if you're in that sub faction. She's positively heal maxing if you're in that one sub faction, even if it is a typo. I'm gonna give her. Am I going competitive? Because the more competitive I'm gonna rate her, the more her rating will drop. Because she doesn't do anything but fight and not die, which is useful. But you probably just want more boots on the ground, and you're already taking red as a centerpiece. And how much more, you want to project power, you want to put things in multiple places at once and go to different places at once with units that can accomplish something, right? And she kind of wants to be a power center with another unit standing next to her, but you kind of don't want to do that because you're already playing red with a power center. And you want her to be a distraction Carnifex that fucks off alone, but then her ability kind of fucks with that a little bit. So I think she's tactically confused, but she just fucks shit up. Give her a B. Fun though. B for fun. Yeah, she's just a big fucking hammer that's surprisingly hard to kill, although she doesn't have a ward. So we'll say she's hard to finish off, I guess. I like her. I truly, like, competitively, I have a problem with Morga. Because she's competitive, or she's tactically confused, wants a unit next to her, but you don't want to do that for various reasons. And not in a, it's cool to make players make hard choices kind of way. It's more like, you just won't then kind of way, right? But even so, I think this is the type of unit we want more of in Age of Sigmar, right? Because this is just stupid fun. And Timmy needs something too. I'm always talking about Spike, and I'm really always talking about Johnny, who is actually just he's a skeleton in the middle of a wasteland. He died a long time ago. There's nothing for Johnny in this entire game anymore, and it really used to be. But, like, giving Timmy something that looks cool and is actually, like, good is really important. And so just big fucking bitch swanging, just kill shit, good save. Like, not the worst, not the optimal choice, but it'll accomplish things on the table. Like, you love to see it. More of this stuff, right? Which is Johnny again. Johnny is the combo player. He likes to he kind of likes to solve problems and make combos and show his creativity mechanically. What is it they say? The 3, if you're going to do an elevator pitch for them, Timmy likes big monsters. He wants to feel something. He likes big plays, big effects, big risky things that can pay off. He wants to feel something. Johnny wants to express something. He wants to show off his creativity and mechanics and interesting interactions. And Spike wants to prove something. And those are the three that are at odds. And they made two more, but they don't matter here. Stupid non-ogre looks dumb, bad face, bad idea. Just scrolling past, don't care. Next. I'm going to ignore Grell for a moment and go on and talk about the Tyrant because it's like the generic version. Generic Tyrant on Rhino, because this could make or break list ideas. How much worse are you? A single attack worse, but everything else is the same? Oh, you kept the crit mortals. 3223, 4223, 48, 47. Okay. Oh, that's nice. That's nice to see. You love to see it. Same wheel too. It's not even like 15 health instead or something. This is pretty good so far. Once per turn army reaction, you declared a charge ability for an Ogre Tribe's unit wholly within 12 of this unit. It doesn't say another. So you can target yourself, reroll one dice on the chart. This is great. This guy's better. He's actually better. Yeah, hot take, he's better. Bloodhorn Stampede. If this unit charged, pick an enemy unit in combat with it to view the target. Roll die, add 1. If it's infantry on a 4-up, they have strike last. Oh. Okay, once per turn army, no fun allowed. You cannot spam. But you kind of can. You just choose whichever one you want the most strike last for, right? And you play 3 more of them. Fine. I guess the reroll charge thing is once per turn army also, which does hurt it a lot. This one is much more painful than this one because I wouldn't expect them to let me do this. And like this shit, this dude you can give a 6-up ward to by just handing him the artifact. And like, what do you do with this guy? Give him a 6-up ward and give him the thing that makes no debuffs on any of his shit. He's better than Morga, just straight up. 1 fewer attack, sure. Her healing is good. Her healing is very important. Unless she's slain outright, it's functionally like a 6-up, though. I think he's actually quite good. Immortal Lunch Lady versus the Killdozer. Yeah. Yeah. I'll make a note of it. I'll make a note of it. Note, she is not immortal because she doesn't have a ward. But still cool. If she could target herself with her own fucking ability, I would like her a lot more. Anyway, good shit. Good shit, dude. Dude, you love to see it. Look at this. The first 2 War Scrolls I looked at are good. One of them is flawed, but like still good. And the other isn't flawed and is just good. Hell yeah. You love to see it. Grell Firefist. We saw her, I think. She's got a gun with short enough range that it's bad. Does a surprising amount of melee, like crit mortal 4 attacks or N2 damage too. Like, kind of funny. It's kind of funny that good at fighting, but I guess the whole point of ogres is they're all good at fighting. Ogre made ammunition, which is terrible. Just awful. It doesn't have shoot in combat, which might save it, maybe. Yeah, enemy unit within 6. Suck my dick. Thunderous Diversion. This the ability in this box is a strong ability. Like, just the sentence, retreat and charge. Like, giving a retreat and charge to ogres is so fucking good. But it's actually, like, not crazy good anymore. In a bunch of ways. And you have to pick a friendly ogre in combat with an enemy that had any damage inflicted this turn by your shooting attacks. So you shot 4 times, hitting on 4s. It's very possible to do nothing on that. I have attacked with 4 dice, hitting on 4s, and missed with all of them countless times. Absolutely countless. You might say that each of these is a 50-50, almost. But they do get to roll saves. Ren 2, they'll probably take it, right? But, yeah. It's very possible to do nothing with this shooting that turns this off. I don't know. I think it's a complete trap. Once per turn army reaction, opponent declared a command for a visible enemy unit within 6. Yeah, they want Grell Firefist to be 1 millimeter away from the combat range of enemy units somehow. And I don't want to put her there. What does she cost? Is she cheap enough that you can just use her as a list filler? I don't think you could put a cost on her to make her cheap enough to be a list filler in an army like this. This army is elite as fuck. When everybody was like capturing these, I can't remember who compiled them, but when people were capturing these, like the Maw Beast Cavalry is 560 for 4 of them. Like a unit of 4 of your cav is 560. You just don't have 100 odd points for a do nothing weirdo. She's 150. Nah, like you got to be playing butchers for your good spell lore and shit. You're already taking red, you know, like. Grell Trap Fist. Grell Trap Fist. F. See me after class. Actual F. Top to bottom, this whole thing. F. Random attack characteristic. Nope. I don't think so, Tim. Get within 6 and then like more random. Nope. 6-inch wholly within 3-inch. This other thing. If this happens on a Tuesday, do something. Deal damage to your own guys. Fuck off. If this War Scroll was blank and Blast Belch was like 18-inch shooting, 4 attacks, damage 4, I'd take it. No, I probably still wouldn't. It's just a hero. It doesn't cast spells. Yeah, it's so far from being anything. Apply yourself.
Which prime?
Someday someone's going to have a Grell, and you're going to be in the perfect position. You're going to get that retreat and charge, and it's all going to be worth it. But I'm not fucking bothering. Kale Shield, thanks for the prime. 32. So for the big review, what'd you miss? You missed the start. Oh, you missed everything up to War Scrolls. The first 2 War Scrolls I think are quite good and fun. And then we hit Grell, and it's a stinker. Poop. It's poop. But actually kind of good because I don't like the model either, so I didn't want to have to get one. Now we get the Tyrant. Please be good. Tyrant's problem is he is a melee foot assassin who was bad at all of his jobs, but sometimes he had a cool buff. This is 8, 6, 4. I can tell it's a 4. You're not winning any points with me yet, but hey, all right. Four attacks, damage 4, long range. Funny you say that. Looks at Bloodheld Hunter. Oh shit, is he potentially good? Is he potentially good? Tyrant's meat cleavers, meat and potatoes, crit mortal, 4 attacks, 4s and 2s, 2, 3. Not enough. Not enough for me to be excited. This seems really cool, but big name. Or what are our big names? Enemy infantry. When you pick it in deployment, good idea there. The Neck Ringer. Enemy infantry units have a health characters 1 and 2 cannot contest objectives. Trash. Enemy cav cannot use retreat while they're in combat with this unit. Trash. Giant wrestler. Enemy monsters cannot use rampage. Oh, that's good. But only if he's like fighting them. Like, all right, where's your buff? How much damage you need to be good? 5 per attack or 10 on a tyrant? On a melee foot hero moving 6? You'd have to be like whatever the war scroll for the Lumineth guy is. The dual wielding Lumineth guy, the suit of armor. Like you have to be that good to be like an actual scary foot hero that's meant to enter melee combat and like actually fight. He stole you messin'. Yeah, this used to be the old brute ability, and you guys can have it back. You can have it back. Or you can just be a buff bot. Yeah, which is what heroes are for in this game. Speaking of reaction, you declared a fight ability. Pick a visible non-hero Ogre Maw tribe's infantry that has not used foy. And your buff is +1 to hit rolls. Okay. Nah. No thanks. Maybe in 5th. Maybe in 5th ed. Mm. Ahem. Absolutely sneezing. Good thing I have a cough button. Ahem. You thought he double activated? Oh, did I read it wrong? Ahem. All right. Visible non-friendly over Maw Tribe's infantry that has not used fight. The target can be picked to use a fight ability immediately after the fight. By this is resolved. If it is picked, yeah, no, it's one fight. It's not a double activate. It's a chain fight, right? Like this guy fights and then he chains. It's sort of like smashing and bashing, or the Lumineth double activate. It allows him to chain activate, like they both get to fight, but it's not any extra fighting or anything like that. They started adding this a lot, and then they started adding like a bonus to them too. And I hate this. I liked it when a hero just gave them a bonus within 12 or something. Because succeeding in both the charge roll for this guy and the charge roll for that unit, and making sure they're both technically in combat, you have to roll kind of high with one of the two. It's just an awkward play experience. I think they don't quite have it right. +1 to hit is nice for ogres, yeah, unless your endless spell is +1 to hit. Then it looks a lot less tempting to me. Or your unlimited spell is +1 to hit. So it's like, do I want a Tyrant or do I want a Butcher who's just going to cast +1 to hit anyway? And conceivably does something else. Maybe I want this guy instead. Like, that's possible. Maybe I don't want a Butcher. We'll see. I don't know what the points are. Melee foot assassin, not enough attacks, +1 hit on a squad. If you both succeed charges, roll high on one of them. And also, you didn't just cast a spell. Probably should just be a Butcher. Quote from Gutbuster player about Tyrant 2026 and 2025 and 2024 and all the way back to 2016. Hey, a Tyrant. This should probably just be a Butcher for 10 years. No, that's not true. Briefly with, what is it, Brawler Guts and Kragnos, you played 5 Butchers and it was, or 5 Tyrants and it was hilarious. That was cool and people did that. So it wasn't forever. And then also, some people in exactly 2016, I think, were using the Great Gut Gouger, which doubled damage on wound rolls of 6 or something like that on his 3 attacks to do like 18 in one combat. And it was not good, but it was hilarious. So there are 2 times in all of history when a Tyrant was vaguely worth playing on his own terms, instead of a force organization chart thing that forced you to take it even though you didn't want to. So I'm being unfair there. There were 2 specific times where it was all right. You're always surprised you remember AOS doesn't do leader style stuff like the current 40K way. You know, if you would have asked me 5 years ago, and a few people did, I would have told you what I'll tell you now. And that is, I feel like AOS is probably going to do that eventually. But they haven't so far. I think they like in their head, they have this idea where you're playing a 1K game or a skirmish or something, and you have your little 150 point foot hero, and your opponent has his 120 point foot hero, and they're just fighting. And the troops are in a circle around them watching, like in the movie Troy, you know? And they want that to happen on the table. But the game just doesn't work that way. Like, sometimes it kind of happens by pure accident, but, you know, you're supposed to imagine it happening, I guess. Oh, letter grade. F. See me after class. Just like fundamentally, this type of hero is bad. You can, how do I put this? He's not F power-wise. People will put this guy on the table, and they'll put him next to a unit, and both of them will charge, and he'll give them +1 to hit, and then he'll get a crit mortal or something, and it'll actually like do well for you that one time on the table, right? It's not like a garbage unit or anything. It's just like, this is such an obvious problem and has been for so long, and they keep doing this. And so that's why it's getting an F. Realistically, he's probably like a D+, C- or something like that. All right. Mog Beast Cavalry. Look at his fucking face. Every time on the stairs, he just sits there and looks at me with that fucking face, with that fucking smile on his face. First time chatter. Raspberry Stew. Hey, whoa, what do you think of the Big Mama Morga? Let's scroll up to my notes. Morga, B for, I rated her a B for fun. B tier, fun. Literally a Frostlord on Stonehorn, except good. She is dumb and fun, durable, heals forever, does a shitload of damage. Her only problem is no ward, and her ability is a little schizophrenic, and it wants you to do what no one would want to do with it. But she's fun. Good. Will you end up playing her? I don't know if there's points for that. I don't know if there's points for that kind of fun here. You have to take red. Everything is expensive. But Timmy will love her. The generic version, I think, is probably better. It doesn't infinitely heal, but you can just give it a 6-up ward plus another artifact. And it exchanges her awkward rule. It's not a bad rule, it's just awkward. For just way better ones. I think the generic one's better overall. Optimally, I don't think you play either of them. But they are fun and big, and they'll fucking slam shit. And you know what? In an ogre army, you gotta have stuff like that. So, overall, positive. Doesn't the generic guy get healing from the battle trade where you take bites? Yes, but so would she, right? Or rather, if you're talking about the sub-faction, yeah. True, but 10 more gluttons, that will be the problem. When everything in your army is the same thing, you just do some math really quickly and determine which one you should play for everything, right? Mob Beast Cavalry. 7, we got a new health. Mornfang used to be on 6. And we're faster. Mornfang used to be on 9, although really they were on 12, plus run and charge. But everything is slower now. 3-up save, holy. They finally did it. And look, he looks like he has a 3-up save. Fuck off, kinda, I guess. You consider his skin is thick. Gut biter weapons. 3 attacks each, 4s and 2s, 2-3. What were they? They were like the Gargant Slicers or something like that. I can't remember what the Mornfang weapons are called. Gargant Hackers, I believe, before there were Gargants in the game. And then the Maul Beasts, Fangs and Horns, 4, 4-2, 1-2, or 1-3. So this is 7 3 damage attacks per model. Before you get too excited, this is one of those cav that have 2 models in the unit. 2, not 3. Ravenous counterattack. Enemy units do not count as having charged while they are in combat with this unit. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. This shit's good. Hey, what's always overpowered in Age of Sigmar, besides massive regiments? Cavalry. What's the only reason cavalry do damage in this game? Kinda, and I'm almost not even exaggerating. Charge bonuses. This shit's good. Interestingly enough, this thing is like a hilarious non-bow in the mirror match. Because if Ogre Gluttons charge a Maul Beast cavalry, they will get +1 to armor saves. Because they did not charge, even though they just charged. And that's funny. So every once in a while, you will get humongously screwed by this ability, but in general, it's awesome. All right, in general, this ability is awesome. But 1 time out of 10, your opponent is going to open up their book and be like, actually, so if I didn't charge, you're fucked. And like, oh, well, all right then. And then we got Shock and Gore. Once per turn army. Okay, no spam, no spamming. Although these guys are pointed to such an absurd degree that you will not be able to spam them, probably. If this unit charges turn, pick an enemy unit in combat with it to be the target, roll die, 3 up, -1 wound rolls. It's good. Mournfang. In 2015, when the game came out, Mournfang were bad. And you played them anyway because they were in battalions. In 2nd edition, Mournfang were bad. In 3rd edition, Mournfang were bad. In 4th edition, Mournfang bad. Mournfang are now gone from the game and replaced with Maul Beast Cavalry that are good. So they were never good for 10 years, and their direct replacement, which does not have the Beast Claw keyword, is finally good. We did it, boys. Their spirit lives on. They're looking down on Simba right now in the Darth Vader voice, and they're like, you will be good. They're going to rest at last. It is, if I'm not mistaken, $560 for 4 of these. Holy shit. $280 for 2. They're not chaff, but they can screen, I think. So I guess you don't have Noblars anymore. You screen with just the dirtiest shit in this army. You take like 2 units of 2 and just use them as screens, and you give them all names because they're basically just heroes on mounts. This one's Big Dirty and the Mog Boys. Their damage might actually be the thing that's the weakest about them. It's easy to fail those 4-ups. Like, you might find their damage not that incredible. Here and there. But, especially for their points. But they're like a potentially solid idea. Mog Beast Cav. Giga Anvil. Fuck you. Charging. Sometimes a weird rules interaction will screw them over. Like with Gluttons. Decent damage. Very expensive screens. MSU screens? Question mark? $12 Maul Beasts and our Rhino. Fuck screens, dude. True. On paper, they appear to be a very expensive A. They're probably worth those points. That's just a lot of points to spend on anything. So that's like how I feel about it. When I play with them on the table, we'll see. But as I read it, they're a very expensive A. And it might be weird for me to say that their damage is decent with 7 3 damage attacks. So I guess 14 3 damage attacks. But yeah, I mean, you're paying 280 for that. So you're getting your money's worth, but that's a lot of points for anything. 15 with champ. Do they have a champ? I guess everybody just has a champ, right? Auto. Yeah, there it is. Champ. So 15 with chomp. Can we call them the chompion? Is that too on the nose? All right. Very expensive MSU screens, maybe for rock block. Note, even though I think they're expensive, I feel fundamentally that the thing in Ogre Army should be about an AOS, and seemingly this book is doing a decent job of delivering it, is you're going to pay a lot, but you're going to get a lot. And that's what I like to see with these War Scrolls. I don't like to see Grell Firefist, right? But what I don't want to see is a War Scroll that, like, kind of sucks, and then its points just keep going down forever. Until it's mathematically good to just play that thing, right? I want to see something that's big and meaty and just a giant fucking anvil hammer, and you got to pay for it. And if you fuck up and it dies, you lose the game. Like that. That's what I like about ogres. Like, here's 560 if I fuck up and it dies, like, the game is over. But if I win, I get momentum from winning that particular situation in the game. Rewarded for success and extra punished for failure. That's what I'm here for. Then we get my favorite barbershop quartet, the Gluttones. Okay. The Gluttones. HeyWoah playing Oops All Crater Hoofs? Yes. Actually, yes. I'm going to play a bunch of army builds of this that I know suck, just to see how bad it is. What's 4 rhinos look like? You know? What's 4 rhinos look like? Just to see. I'll dip my toe in the water. Sip of the soup. You know, what's red and then only Mob Beast Calf look like? Etc., etc. Just getting back into AOS after a couple of years away and you're really excited to pick up ogres. Does anyone know what time the box set goes for order tomorrow? I don't know. You like Red's model? Fight me. That's fine. I'm happy for you. Here's the thing. I'm going to buy Red too. And I have a cool conversion idea, and mine's going to look great as well. That's the nice thing about AOS. If you don't like something, it can be a fixer-upper. Do we know how big Morga's base is? Same as Stonehorn? Yes. So for, in the interim, if you're going to play in real life for a little while, I feel like you can use accounts as pretty easily. Although since all the BCR monsters are technically still in the army, I wouldn't do that forever, but you'll get a lot of leeway there. Is it the monster truck meme that you keep sending? Yes, I'm doing that in real life. I don't think it'll be that hard either, because you could just find a toy monster truck and rip off the wheels, just put them on. And then we'll see how Mad Max Fury Road I get with ogres hanging off of it and all that shit. Like we'll see how long that can go for. Hit that Dollar Tree for the wheelies. Yeah, it shouldn't be that bad. The only trick is you got to paint over them. Even if they're black wheels and you're going to paint them black, you do have to paint over them, because otherwise it's just going to look like a plastic toy, which it is, but we paint it so that it doesn't quite look like that. The tones. 4 health, 6 move, 5 up save. Damn, they kept the shit save. Very sad. However, add 1 to save rolls for this unit if it is not charged this turn. That's actually huge. I'm mad that they chose the ugliest picture here, and I'm extra mad that you could have put rules here, but instead you put little like postmodern art. What's this? What's the declarability on these? What do you mean? Yeah, I see it has a punch fist. That's cool. Ooh, a sword? Put another paragraph here, my dude. What are we in, 4th edition? Shit. We got a champion, a musician, and they are infantry. 4 attacks, 4s and 2s, 1, 2. You get 5 of them instead of 6. Big decrease in damage there. However, they're good. I have some terrible news. Oh, wait. We won't get to the terrible news. Gluttons are a B, B minus. Only 1 box of rules. Still have a 5 up save. Empty space filled with pictures and shit. That sucks. However, they're functionally an A because they're great, and you'll play them and they'll be great on the table. So they're great. Good work. Next. Now we have the Iron Guts. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. We got 4/6/4, same as they always had. Iron Gut weapons, 3 attacks, 4s and 2s, 2, 3. When this unit is within the combat ranges of any friendly Ogor Tribe's infantry hero, that will be a butcher, you get a 5 up ward. Huge. Okay? The butcher gets a 5 up ward, you get a 5 up ward. They are durable. But there's only 3 of them instead of 5. They lost their double pylon damage, which is staggering downgrade in damage here, as well as losing out on 3 Iron Gut weapon attacks, and they cost the same. So they got incredibly less damage efficient. This unit can use Bull Charge even if another friendly unit has used it. So you get the double Bull Charge, I guess. And it's another unit, so you can't, or rather, I said double. This one can't do it twice, right? Oh, pardon me, they were 5 up save. I forgot the great injustice of the Iron Guts is that they were a 5 up save before. But before they were on a 4 up, which is what I was remembering. Because there was a index interim there where they had a 5 for some reason. I was gonna give him a D because I was personally insulted, but the 5 aboard is good. It's the 5 aboard is giving them a C. If 5 aboard was something else, this would just be like, don't play it ever. Only 1 fewer? I mean, 2 fewer models, so I'm comparing them to gluttons. They deal less damage than gluttons. They're 2 fewer models, I should say, than gluttons. Skip them. Against 2 up armor, I think they probably pull ahead of gluttons on damage, I guess. They were packs of 4 or 8. Yeah. And now they're 3/6. Play gluttons instead. Very sad, because they look awesome. One of the best looking troops for sure is Iron Guts. What a huge success, model wise. Pretty much. Sucks to suck. They don't suck, they're just like statistically worse than gluttons, that's all. They're not bad. There's a place for them somewhere. 5 aboard is good, by the way. So it's not all about damage. I should note that. There we go. Yeah. You might even play 1 unit to babysit your butcher, maybe, but I want 10 gluttons to absorb the +1 to hit from those. Iron Braster. 994. Well, we kept the speed. This dude's is this the fastest like war machine in the game that's not a Zeppelin? Iron Blaster cannon shot 18. Finally, some good fucking range. What's the person's name? Grell Trap Fist. Okay. I hope you appreciate my notes. 2 attacks, 4s and 2s, 2/5. 2 attacks is pretty low, but 5 damage is hilarious, so that's funny. Did they keep their cool ability from the Soggy War Scroll? They did not. I thought the... Yeah, I thought Soggy was beta testing. Everyone liked that version. What are we doing? Oh, we kept Rhinoxes in the... Once per turn army or shooting phase. Obliterating Blast. If this unit has not used a run or retreat, pick a visible enemy within 18. Then draw a straight line between the closest points on the bases of this unit and the target. Each other unit, friend, and enemy along the line is collateral damage. Roll die on a 3-up mortal equal to the amount you rolled. And D3 on each collateral target. Now, this ability is awesome, and I think rounds out the cannon and makes it really quite good. And then I noticed that it was core. So you have to give up your shooting. So it is trash. Make it more expensive. Fuck, dude. Give me both. It's not an F because the range is good and the damage characteristic is good. You just fumbled. Right? You fumbled. Yeah, it's got to be real cheap to use it. The thing I don't have here is the points. I think the points might have been spoiled. I'm not sure, but the points will. If somebody has it, they can look it up and tell me, and then we'll go through and readjust the tiers. And then the Nobbler Scrap Launcher. I don't even want to read it because I hate it. And I hate Nobblars. Look at how stupid they are. 18, 12 attacks, 4s and 2s, 1/1. Which statistically will end up doing probably more damage than this. But it'll be a generally meaningless amount of damage. So whatever. Crit 2 hits. Can we turn that into Crit Mortal with the one thing? Melee weapons, no fun allowed. Okay, just checking. I just wanted to see if fun was allowed. It's not. Also, there's no crit 2 hits anywhere in this army. Literal 0 crit 2 hits, right? Tuskbreaker. So what the fuck is this for? Crunchy Bones. Is this just in case Kragnos kills something? No, because he's not an ogre. He's not an Ogor. The cleavers get it, okay. It's for cleavers and only cleavers. Okay, so they wrote an entire rule thing for just cleavers. So what you do then, probably, is you take the second half of this and on the cleaver scroll you say, if the cleavers are targeted by Crunchy Bones, they get crit mortal instead of crit 2 hits. The reason why you wouldn't, the game design talk, the reason why you wouldn't, and why this could be cool, is if the game was different and battle plans were interesting, so that all sorts of shit was happening on battle plans, and sometimes what you did during the battle gave you crit 2 hits for some reason, then this would suddenly apply to it, and the way I said wouldn't work anymore. So it really depends. It depends. Rain of Scrap, once per turn army, any shooting phase. Enemy unit that had any damage allocated to it this phase of shooting attacks, which might happen. It's a lot of hits, or it's a lot of attacks. Could happen. Starting next turn, subtract X from the move characteristic, where X is the number of damage allocated to the target. Damn, it's actually good. I'm furious. Then roll a die. I don't care anymore, bro. I don't care. The top half is good enough for me. But sure, roll a die. Can't run a retreat. And no setups. Okay. I'm kind of mad that this is good because I don't like Noblars. It can't be too expensive because actually a lot of times you won't do any damage with it. But it's like good. Annoying. Noblar Crap Launcher, annoyed that this thing is actually kind of good, if cheap. Negative move is strong and it might happen half the time. 18-inch range. C+. Very, very subjective C+, we'll say. So this unit is definitely out next Battle Tome for sure, yeah. In my IMO, yeah. Both of these. Probably. It's hard to say, though. A lot of times GW keeps printing and selling something with a War Scroll 20 years after the first 20 years. So, don't take anything. Oh, we get to the good part. Okay. And by the good part, I mean the part that I was kind of spoiled on some of it, but not all of it. But I do know one thing. Frostlord on Stonehorn. 15 health, 10 move, 4 up save. We kept the bad save, which means I already kind of don't like the unit. Stone Skeleton remains positively worthless. Anyone who tells you ignore the first point of damage each phase, anyone who tells you that that ability is good is LARPing as a competitive player. They're pretending to be good at the game. This shit sucks. And it's bad. Frost Spear, charge 1 damage, 4 attacks, 4s and 2s, 2, technically 3, and 7 attacks, 4, 2, 2, technically 4. Big, 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 big. So you will note that it basically has the damage profile of the Rhino, right? Which is why I said that the Rhino was a Frostlord, because it's kind of the same. We lost our stupid punches and kicks, finally. We also lost our hoof attacks, but we got more stone. We got like 1 more stone hit, so fine. Shots fired at Vince. Venturella. No, he thinks this is good. He doesn't think this is good. He misspoke. You were misunderstanding him. Yeah, Stone Skeleton. Ignore the first point of damage to be allocated this phase. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you what happens because I've played with it a lot. Okay, so there we go. I'm done with my attack. Your guy takes 19 damage after everything. And then I'm like, actually, it's 18. And then I remove my model from the table, who is dead. All right, yeah, and we'll do the double pile-in, and so, all right, so you'll be taking 26. Okay. Wait, hold on. It's 25. Idiot. And then I remove my model from the table. Oh, but if you do a hero phase D3, and then a shooting phase D3, and then a charge phase D3, you'll have taken 7 less damage in the turn that you get overkilled in that combat by 10 anyway. Yeah. Awesome. Cool. Nice. All right. Enraged Roar. Well, this unit is damaged. Add 1 to the attack's characteristic of companion weapons used by other friendly Maw Tribe units while they're within the combat range. What? How could you be so cruel as to write this? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean other friendly Maw Tribes units? This guy fucks off alone. That's the whole point. I'm so mad. Okay, so we use the buddy system and we have 600 points standing next to each other now. Okay, that's what you want me to do. So if you have damage on you, which is harder to do because of Stone Skeleton, all right, take 1. Nope, I won't. And it won't turn on Enraged Roar. Cool. No, that's fine. I'm not really complaining about that. That's just a made-up situation. So you have 2 Frost Lords standing next to each other. And one of them is damaged, and now the other one gets +1 to the attack's characteristic of companion weapons. I don't know why this shit is plural. Because there are 0 units in this entire book that have more than 1 companion weapon. You get +1 horn. +1 horn attack. Nice. All right. 11 through... all right. So 7 4 damage attacks, 4 3 damage attacks, 4 up save, 15 wounds. Let me just scroll up real quick. 14 wounds, 10 3 up save, same speed. Control 6 instead of 10. 14 3 damage weapons. Immune to charge stuff. 3 up, -1 to get wounded. Champion, 15. 280. Okay. This one's a hero, though. That's cool. And it has Earth-Shattering Charge. Once per turn army, no spamming. Don't play more than 1 of them, even though Enraged Roar. All right. It's the same thing as it used to be, right? If it is not Charge's turn and has not used Bull Charge, wouldn't want you to do... Yeah, all right. No fun allowed. Pick a visible enemy within 1, and then do the 3d6 more or d3 mortal and 2d6 flyover thing. When it was a 3d6 flyover, you could regularly get 11 and 12 inch massive plays, just a playmaker ability. People said it was too good. They were unbelievably wrong, but we just disagreed about the power level of what everything in the whole game should be. That's all. That's the only thing. Okay. 2d6, you will basically never get anything like a playmaker roll on that. He'll just either not move at all or shimmy a little bit. It's basically just a D3 damage. Right. We kept our impact hit though for one of them technically, I guess. He is a hero, so in that way, you can put stuff in his regiment, unlike 2 Maw Beast Cav. Frostlord on Thundertusk. He's 340. Okay. Fun combo, Earth-Shattering Charge to just within 3 of something, then slap it with no pile-in from Crusher Guts. There you go. Remember the ambushing battle trade with Stonehorn plus Mog Beast? We have found the Timmy pet unit combo that probably isn't that good. I think the Timmy, well, you said Timmy pet unit. I was gonna say, people tell me Blood Pelt Hunter has the BCR keyword, so it's Blood Pelt and 4 cav. And I was spoiled on the Hunter thing, so it's definitely the Hunters and Blood Pelt as well. Like, that's so good, people might actually even play it in an army that's trying to win. But we'll get to it when we get to it. I saw that one. Frostword on Thundertusk. This thing has never been good, really. What do we got? 15, 10, 4, bad save. Ice Blast 12, way too short, doesn't shoot in combat. One attack hits on 4s. Why am I here? Just to suffer? 3 funny money attacks at Rend 1. Damage 5 is a funny number, though. Blessed by the old ice. Dude, blessed by natural ice from the grocery store. Pick a visible friendly Ogor Tribe's unit wholly within 12 of this unit to be the target. Well, you can choose yourself with this one, roll a die. 3 up for the rest of the turn. You can still shoot and or charge, even if you use retreat or run. Movement phase. Yeah, you finally gave us that in the edition that doesn't have impact hits. Oh, sigh. Sweeping Tusks. Pick an enemy unit in combat. Roll die for each model in it. 5 up, 1 mortal. Bad. Okay. Cool. We're going to charge Mog Beast for the cost of 2 more Mog Beasts? Nah. No. Nope. Huskard. Okay, we got to the priest ones, and remember, our prayers are good. So I'm coping here. I saw the Frost Lords before, which is why I rushed through them. Prayer Lore is good. These two didn't. They changed decently, just not in any way that I care about. Huskard on Stoneheart. 14, 10, 4. Still pretty fragile. All those weapon choices are just, bro, whatever. 1 shot, 15 inch, 3 damage. Who cares? They're on their way out. Don't worry about it. Huskard's punches and... Oh, we kept it, so we lost the punches and kicks up here, but we kept them. Okay. And it's still 1 damage. Insulting. Alright, and then you got these. Stone Skeleton. Alright, once per turn army, any combat use a priest 1. Pick friendly Ogor Tribe's unit in this unit's combat range to be a target. Or pick an enemy in combat. So it's either yourself or the enemy. Roll die, add 2 if it charged on a 4. Companion weapons have crit 2 hits. Cool, so we get crit 2 hits on this shit. Nice. If the target is an enemy unit, subtract 1 from the hit rolls for their attacks. That's good. 2 up or 4 up. Huskard is certainly more playable than a Frostlord. Well, do I even say that? How does this work? Oh, it doesn't work the way I want. I was thinking, oh, this is a way to get crit 2 hits and turn it into crit mortal, but no. Because it wouldn't have the crit 2 hits in the resolution of that ability, and I think it's non-companion anyway. Is it non-companion anyway? Hold up. No, it's everything. Non-companion was the ward roll thing. I see. Okay. Yeah, no fun around. No fun allowed. The companion mentioned thing. I think if you, yeah. Why did we want a priest again? Does the army want a priest, or is it just like a good prayer lore? +1 run and charge, unlimited. Hailstorm. -1. Oh, because of Hoarfrost. That's why you want a priest. You want a priest essentially because of -1 wound rolls to something. This other shit is whatever. It's a lot of points for a priest. It can buff itself on a roll. Crit 2 hits is nice. -1 hit is nice. -1 to win prayer is nice. Are you spending close to red points on another worse buff wagon when you already have red? No. Are you doing that in a BCR themed army? No. But maybe, like, if you don't want to buy or use red at all, and you already own all the Beastclaw stuff, then, like, you play a Huskard. After we've sliced that many pieces out of the pie, I think you own a bunch of Beastclaw stuff, parenthetical me, then you play a bunch of Huskards, right? You just do it. When saying a unit or a rule is good or bad, are you speaking purely in a tournament grind competitive sense? No, I think I usually try to say. Maybe I forgot to a few times, but I typically mention if I'm talking about optimal or could work or fun for Timmy, but that, like, it's good versus a trap for Timmy where it's bad, so on and so forth. Feel like you have a lot of fun in power plays in your casual games with Mornfang and stuff. Okay. Like, for instance, I think Morga, and I talked about it, Morga and the Rhino, you're probably not going to play these if you're trying to be optimal. Or maybe even competitive, depending. But I think they're very good and very fun. And I tried to make sure that I drove the point home. Like, they're going to be good and fun for a certain type of person. And you'll get some use out of them. Versus, like, Grell Trap Fist, I think, is, like, just bad. When I'm when I'm trying to denote whether something would be fun casually or not fun casually, once it's already past the point of, yeah, you wouldn't do this optimally and you wouldn't do it in a tournament, I tend to think about, is the thing they're supposed to do going to happen, typically? Because I think when it comes to casual play, if your guy gets to do the thing and then dies and you lose the game, that's like, okay, you got to do the thing, you saw it happen, like it, or you got to roll to see if it could happen, maybe, or something like that. Like, the difference between I lost and I didn't even get to do anything versus, you know, I fought, my opponent fought, I used my abilities, he used his, and you just happened to win, right? Like, I like to make that sort of distinction. But I always try to avoid the Warhammer community article thing, right? Where if you roll all 6s 12 times in a row, this is so sick, right? Like, I usually try to avoid that kind of stuff. Because, like, anything is great if you, one time out of 100 million, you roll 7 6s in a row. Like, yeah, that's cool, but anything can do that. Some stuff can't do that, which is also kind of funny. But anyway, I try to be fair like that. And I try to speak to different play styles. I come from extremely competitive, but I've never been extremely competitive in AOS, and I've tried not to treat it as such. But my nomenclature is probably carried over from Magic, so it might sound harsh and dismissive. But I think they should write better rules too, so. Huskguard on Thundertusk. It's the same creature, so it is bad. And I say this casually too. This thing is casually bad. The Thundertusk monster. Once again, you could roll all 6s for the tusks, and it's hilarious, but pick a visible enemy, any shooting phase, roll die. If the roll is equal to or less than the number of damage points allocated to the target by attacks made with this unit's Ice Blast this phase. Let me just read that again, because I bet a lot of you kind of weren't paying attention, because I wasn't either the first time I read it. Roll a die. If the roll is equal to or less than the number of damage points allocated to the target by attacks made with this unit's Ice Blast, the thing that has 1 damage and hits on a 4 with a 12-inch range. Okay. So you got 12 inches away. You roll a die, and it misses. And then this here is nothing. But let's say it hits, and then they pass a rend 1, and then this is nothing. But let's say they fail all that, and so you roll 4. Now what happens? You roll again. You weren't lucky enough with all that. You weren't lucky enough. This ability is so strong that they had to put it through that many. So now you roll a d6 and you need to roll equal to or under 4. Okay. And let's just say you do that also. Now, you -1 damage characteristic of the target's weapon until the start of your next turn. Okay. Wow. Damn, dude. Once per turn army, freezing aura. If this unit did not charge this turn. Okay. Pick an enemy unit in combat with it to be the target. So you got charged. So the way that you draw it up is you get within 12. You pass this roll, they fail that one, you get this, then you roll again, then you pass that. You -1 damage and you just stand there. And then they charge you, and they're at -1 damage, right? So they're going to suck at hitting you. Then you roll a die. And on a 3-up, you -1 attacks. So that unit is -1 attacks, -1 damage. They're just not going to kill you. And then you're going to roll 3 Colossal Tusk attacks. Nothing will happen. And then you'll hit with 2 of your punches and kicks for some reason. And then it's next turn, and you fighting against the 3 vampire bats will continue until morale improves. I wouldn't touch this guy unless the first number in his points profile was a 1. Like, he needs to be in the 100s, I think. If Winter's Cruelty was pick target enemy within 12, and it just has -1 damage, I think you would take it. Would you take it? What does it cost? 240 or something, probably? 280, huh? It's actually an interesting thought experiment. If it was 280 and Winter's Cruelty just said target enemy within 12 has -1 damage characteristic, just period, straight up, auto worked. Would you take it for 280? At the end of the day, once like an army list is fully realized, no. Bloodbelt Hunter. Did I even type for this guy? No. Bloodbelt Hunter. Yeah, you can get a Mog Beast with that. All right, this guy has to save Beast Claw because he has the Beast Claw keyword now. God damn, I wish it was a Foot Priest. It doesn't matter. This guy's War Scroll could actually be blank. I think he's good. Can I just say that? Bloodbelt Hunter. He's good because ambush for cheap. Like, that's the bottom line. I don't even have to read his word. He's good because it's the cheapest ambush you can afford in the book. I think he's good. Let's read. 8 health, 6 move, 5 up save. Sure. Not the greatest armor, but he doesn't look like he had. Look at that. He's not. I'm looking at him. He's got a 5 up armor save. He doesn't have a 4 up. Let's be honest. He does not look like he has 8 wounds. He's actually quite small in real life. I don't know how he got those 8 wounds on him, but hey, alright. He's got a anti-monster +1 rend crossbow. 15-inch range, 4 attacks, 4s and 3s, 1d3 +1. Okay. That's some shooting. It's not, 4s and 3s, right? And blah, blah, blah. D3 +1, but the range is okay. Hacker Axe and Meat Blade. He's got anti-monster on everything. 5 attacks, 4s and 2s, 1, 2. Oh, he's gonna chop him up. Biggest game hunter. I don't think so, Tim. The damage characteristic of this unit is Skull Shatter, Crossbone, and Ping Spear. 4! Oh, shit. Dude, headshot. Once per turn army, your shoot-hand phase. The first shot's mine. Pick an enemy unit that had any damage points allocated this turn by the shooting attacks. That could happen. That could happen. It's a toss-up, but it could happen. For the rest of the phase, add 1 to hit rolls for shooting attacks made by friendly beast... Oh, we got a little keyword bingo here. Beast Claw units. That will not be a problem as we move forward. I think he's good anyway. He himself is probably a B minus, but I'm going to count the, well, okay, he himself is, you would never play this, but I'm counting the battle traits, and so actually he's an A plus. Yeah, normally he would be a C minus, like hard, okay, but he is actually an A plus with the battle trait to give ambush. Huskard Burb hits on 3s now. We're saved. Look, I didn't know what this guy did, and I didn't know what some of the other stuff did, but I'm just going to go to it. I saw this, and I'm going to tell you about it now because it makes sense to say it now because we just talked about the hunter, okay? Just did the math, rounding up the chances of hitting with the Huskard shooting ability, and it is 13%. The unit costs 280 points. I think you're the first person to have done the math in the world, and that includes the people who wrote it. Remember the units that we like the look of? Remember the good models here? Hunters with saber fangs. 4 health, 6, 5 up. Anti-hunter crossbow. Okay. 15 range. 15. Cannon. 12. 6 for the most shots. What was that note I wrote up here? Hey Grell, you stupid bitch. This is the range a cannon should have. And the damage characteristic a cannon should have. What are these things called? Hunters. Hunters with good shooting. 15-inch shots. Okay, 3 attacks each. How many ogres, right? I think is it 2 ogres and 3 cats or 3 ogres and 2 cats? It'll probably say. 3 ogres, okay. So that's 10 shots. If you reinforce the unit, which you will, that is 19 shots. 19 shots at 15-inch range. 4s and 3s, 1-2. 2-2 against monsters that can ambush. They ambush outside of 9, they shoot 15. So they ambush outside 15. That's good. You can give them +1 to hit for free if the hunter happens to hit, which he may or may not. And their melee is awful. This is the trick. Damage 2. I told you something was good with the Beast Claw keyword in this book. Beast Claw is back, baby. 160 points. 320 for 6 ogres. You know, you get some cats or whatever. It's 450 for the combo. That's a quarter of your army, and it's a chunk. You just chunk it in. It's good. Shit's sick. It's also a lot of wounds, right? Like, that's 40 wounds. You know? Cats are 4 wounds too. That's 40 wounds. This is the shit. And those cats are just pure ablative wounds. What is it? This unit has to lose... Actually. This unit has to take 19 damage before losing a single shot, right? There's 4 cats, plus 3 out of the 4 wounds on the first ogre that you put damage on. Like, someone could potentially shoot this unit for 15 damage, and it has the same number of shots. That's kind of sick. BCR perma 60% win rate thanks to Hunter's Trust. Never stop hopium. Why are you convinced every good unit in this book is going up in points? Because that's what they do. They look at usage, they look at take rate, and just make that stuff go up forever until the take rate goes down. Once per battle army, deployment phase. Through the Frosts. What do they even do? Remove this unit from the battlefield, set it up again, wholly 3 of a train feature, and more than 9 from enemy units. This unit cannot use move abilities in the first turn of the first battle round. Fine. Oh, so they do that themselves. You didn't even need the Bloodpelt Hunter. I didn't even read the rest of this shit. I mean, the reason you take the Bloodpelt Hunter anyway is if your opponent decides to go first, then they can alpha this thing or something before. Or rather, your opponent forces you to go first and you don't want to do the alpha or something. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, they just do that. They just do that shit. Hey, never mind. They just do that. Down to a B+ for the Bloodpelt Hunter. Mog Beast Cav ambushing is funny. I guess the ladies are just that good. They don't even need it. He can't lead them? Oh. Okay. Never mind. I thought I was going to use that guy. I'm so sad. Hold on. I might not have the pictures here. I painted a custom guy. I made a blood pelt hunter because I ended up buying one back in the day. I wonder if I have pictures of it. Well, picture time, all right, for hobby, for hobby. Yeah. I was gonna make him a tree stand. You know, I was gonna make him a tree stand. So I was green stuffing up some terrain and stuff like that. And then covering all of it and making stuff out of it. There's the dude there. What else are we doing here? Oh yeah, and then, you know, painting it up a little bit. The shattered corn base. When is it done? Wasn't it complete? Oh, there it is. All right, so I made it the skull tree stand. I gave him a little orange gun season hat, and he's using a cannon instead of a crossbow because cannons are cooler. Just fun. Sometimes it's just fun. And I got the backside there. And I gave him a farmer's tan, you know? And some of the goop. And, oh, what's that? What's that? It's Jupes. We found him. It's Jupes, the raccoon. There he is. Wow. Oh, and Pipkin Pippa in the background. Oh, yeah. And these are the guys done. The fucking dudes. They're not done quite in this picture, but they're like almost done. And look, they got the hats. We got the Altered Beast hat and the fucking big hat. Let's go, dude. Sweet. Anyway, good shit. Yuzu detected. Oh, he's a knower. I mean, who's that? I don't know who that is. Oh, and this was when I was painting Jupes. I just glued him to a nail or a screw. Little Jupes. Little forest friend on the base watches 6. Painting this guy up. Oh, there she is. Yeah, they'll be awesome on the shelf. They're going right in back, right on the bookshelf forever. He can be a sub-commander, but his lead options are any Beast Claw and any infantry. Ah, okay, so that's why. Yeah, or you take 80 wounds of hunters. Yeah, you take 2 squads of hunters. 80 wounds of a hunter, just start shooting, dude. Just shoot him. Duke, shoot him. Oh, and this one, when I was chopping them up, it was trying to get the beast to be crawling on the pirate ship. Had to bust out the bandsaw for this one. We're busting out the bandsaw for this one, boys. Anyway, oh, the memories. Remember hobbying? All right, I'll finally read the third ability on this excellent war scroll. Once per turn army, any combat phase, ferocious saber fangs. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit and the charge this turn. Roll 2 dice for each Saber Fang. 3 up mortal damage. Oh, great. Yeah, 4 of them. So 2 mortals getting charged. Sure, I'll take it. Fucking 4 wound cats. Sure, dude. Now, they probably won't be able to fight their way out of that ensuing combat, but they will absorb like 20 damage and not die, and then someone else can come save them, maybe. Yeah, ward pay 2 life, essentially. 6 ship base. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it in real life. It's pretty good. It was fun to do. I like big conversion projects. I'm not great at painting, but I like doing conversions anyway. For fun. Two dice for each Saber Fang. 8 dice. Potentially. Dude, this shit's sick. This is it. This is the one that's going to get blasted into outer space, right? You can tell me. Like, out of everything in this book, Hunters of Saberfangs, I'm going to open the GHB. Or rather, when this army comes out, I'm gonna open a PDF somewhere in exactly 1 month, and this shit's gonna be like 220. Like, they're gonna go up like 60. Can you roll cats before fight abilities? Yeah, it's combat phase before you fight. So Hunter's Army is this fun compared to the heyday of Monster Trucks. Monster Trucks, we will never get that again. It was too fun. But shooting is really fun if it's good. But yeah, this shit's going to 200 immediately. Maybe not. Maybe I'll play it on the table and it's not that good. Whom did I skip? Do I have any other pictures to randomly show while we're at it? Any enjoyers? Oh, this is just me building stuff. One of the themes was I was going to put the smashed terrain feature of different armies on all of their bases, like they were destroying other armies' terrain. So I had like an OBR cracked base, and then I had like a Khorne one and a Slaanesh one and stuff like that. It was good fun. Building stuff. Oh, there she is, Pikami. Remember what they took from you. Came in late. Book good? Yeah, book's good. BCR not, but certain BCR units are very good. Very good. Return to Kettle. Who did I skip? Oh, I skipped Hrothgorn, some guy man-trapper, who has been demoted into not having a name. They took his name. They took my man's name. He is no longer a named character. Hey, all right. And he's got a man-trap auto launcher. That's all right. Oh, 3s and 3s, actually. Why not 4s and 3s? Very surprising. I guess he's a really good hunter. This is some of the only 3s to hit in the whole book, aside from the centerpiece thing. He comes with a Saber Fang, a Noblor, and traps or man-trapper accomplices. And if an enemy unit is destroyed or removed from the battlefield while any of its man-trappers are next to it, they're dead too. If the unit has man-trapper accomplices, remove one of them, place it next to a visible enemy unit. He's just looking at it. And then sometimes it's trapped. Pick an enemy unit that had any damage allocated to it this turn by this unit's shooting. Okay, so within 15 of him, and it dealt damage, and you remove a man-trapper thing. And it's start a battle round, not turn, that you do the trap thing. And then you trap roll of d6, and then you subtract 1 from the roll for each accomplice. And then it has a really, really, really strong effect of subtract 1 from the number of dice rolled when making charges. And it no longer gets fly. This is like a cutesy ability that probably won't work. But you could try to do if it was cheap enough and you had the points to spare in your army, which you probably will not. Everything's very expensive here. And the hunters are about to get more expensive, probably. Anyway, he's bad. And he looks dumb. And I don't like Grots. Now we got the Maul Beast Raiders. These are the Beast Claw version of the really excellent cavalry in the Mog Beasts. Really excellent. The excellence stops with this scroll, however. Well, they do have the really good shooting profile of the hunters, like same 15. It's got shoot in combat, actually, one of the few units that have that in this whole army. 3 attacks, 4s and 3s, 1, 2. That profile is really good when you have 6 shooters, not so much when you have 2. They kept the punches and kicks for something. They think we like that. We don't. And the Maul Beasts still kind of fuck. If it's more than 9 from enemy units, once per turn, enemy movement phase, you can move d6. You actually just get a free d6 move half the time with these things. Shootlery. That's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them. Yeah, they're just like way worse Maw Beast Cav mixed with way worse Hunters. And you would just take actually both of the other ones or one or the other. Skirmishy, kind of in-betweeny kind of things. I just can't see. Nah. I think you just take 2 specialists instead of 1 halvesies for probably a lot less points, but still probably a lot. Unless they are just crazy cheap and then like their wheel and the Maul Beast can still fight. Yeah, but they, damn, I didn't even notice. They have a 4-up instead of a 3-up, so they're not even, no. All right, we got the Bestriders. Stone Haran Bestriders and the Thunder Tusk Bestriders. What do these cost? Because that's really the question for me. If they're like 100 and something, like one, I don't even know. There's not like a realistic price they could be because like half of their stats are almost good. They're a unit that could go do flips and stuff. 230. No. Okay, moving on. 14, 10, 4. Chain trap, harpoon. Okay, I got the thing. Still kept the punches and kicks. I was gonna say in the 100s. I wasn't gonna say like actually 100. You can't cost 14 health, 10 move, 4 up save, shooting, and mob. You can't price all that in the low 100s. Like, it just doesn't make sense, right? That would be the race to the bottom. But as soon as you point them into being kind of worth what the stats are, then they're more than you would ever want for what they don't do. I guess they're kind of stuck forever. They got a problem. Anyway, Beast Riders. Once per turn army, don't play more than one. Stonehorn Avalanche. If this unit charges turn and has not used Bolt Charge, pick an enemy. Okay, so we can't use Bolt Charge. But then again, you only get one Bolt Charge, right? I think, so that's fine. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit, or an enemy faction terrain feature within this unit's combat range. And then you roll a die, so it might not work. 3 mortals. Okay, so it's essentially just 3 mortals impact hit. And then 6 on, oh, they hate faction terrain. They hate it. It's the same. If you liked it before, you like it now. Parenthetical. I did not like it before. Yep, it's got that stuff. Once per turn army reaction, you declare a non-charge move ability for this unit in your movement phase. Ploff the ice path. Pick a friendly Ogor Maw Tribe's infantry unit that has not been reinforced. Oh. Do you think I'm a clown? Is wholly within 6, okay, of this unit, and has not been set up this turn to be the target. And that's in reaction to you declaring a non-charge move ability for this unit. Remove the target from the battlefield. After this unit ends its move, you set it up wholly within. Okay, so you redeposit your shield of guys in front of you. But then they can't charge, which is what you would want to do always with it. So are you gonna like shovel are we shoveling hunters? You have a Thunder Tusk next to all of your hunters, and you like shovel them forward and then shoot? Mr. Plow? I don't think you would ever pay the points to do that, but it is funny. Okay, like, obviously, he sucks. But shuffling hunters is funny. Yeah, that's it. You wouldn't pay whatever the points are to do that. If this unit charges turn, pick an enemy unit in combat with it, and 4 up, -1 to hit, probably. All right. Yeah, I mean, he's a rhino. Isn't it ironic that the only rhino in the book isn't a rhino. And the rhino isn't a rhino either. Curious. Got some painting done with your soothing voice, but I'm heading off to bed now. Hey, all right. Turbo Late, what's the verdict so far? The book is very good. In the context of 4th edition, okay, this book is great, I think. The War Scrolls are mostly either good or pretty good. And the downsides are like meaningful. I think everything is expensive, but that's good because you like get a lot for what you pay for. And that's all we want. Ogre players forever have always said, hey, raise our points and give us shit for it. Like, we want to be expensive and amazing. So that's great. Even the stuff that isn't good is still good. It just doesn't do good things in the game. I don't know if I'm describing that well. It's like, here's a giant, awesome rhino that's an anvil and also a hammer and just fucks shit up. You probably won't end up playing with it because blah, 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 competitive thing, but it's like good and fun. And it's nice to have stuff like that in the game. Arguably the most overpowered war scroll in the book is Beast Claw. Keyworded. But not really. It's not the war scroll, it's the points. And it's just a great war scroll. Probably red is maybe the best war scroll in the book for fake, right? Cavalry are good, centerpieces are good, shooting is good, troops are good. I mean, you're going to pay a lot for all of it, except the hunters, but you're going to get a lot. If you own, like, 10 Beastclaw monsters, you are shit out of luck. That shit sucks. But, almost everything else is great. Oh, speaking of maybe the best war scroll in the book. Read them all. This dude. He's fucking sick. 18 4-up save, 5-up ward. Okay. Remember when I said the Rhino has a war scroll that's copy and pasted from Frostlord on Stonehorn, except made good? Well, that's red. He even has the 5-up ward we used to have. He's got a fucking spoon. That's better than a Frost Spear. 5 attacks, 4s and 2s, 2-3. 8 attacks, 4s and 2, 2-2. These are not companions, by the way. Wouldn't want them to suffer any negative effects, right? No companion. Well, they are wholly within 12 of this. Everybody has a 6-up ward. Your funny guys have a 5-up ward. Word, okay. 6-inch move is hella slow for a buff wagon, but he is actually a buff wagon. It's just unlike most buff wagons in the game. Once you get into combat with him, he might actually fuck you up and not die. So that's the thing there. In your hero phase, from the depths of the cauldron for a command point, pick a visible, friendly, non-hero Ogre Maw Tribes unit wholly within 12. You just get Eat 'em Alive. It turns on your battle trait. He is the Ogre Bigoosh. He makes your battle trait good. Now, it cannot target a hero. So Morga and the Rhino, BTFO. This is for Gluttons or Cavalry, right? So, hey, all right. And then the Maw opens for 7. Friendly Ogre Maw Tribes, Holy 12. If the target is not in combat, it can move D3 plus 3. Hey, remember when his move was 6? Could be more. And if you happen to be in combat when he targets you with that thing, you get to munch. You chomp down for free. And if you're a Moss Seeker, which is the funny squiggly guys, then max the die roll. Holly, you're the goat. Wolf Sisababin. Who is this? Worf. Anyway, TY. VM. Which private server player is Worf? I can't recall the Twitch chat name. Reddit the Maw is close to being a 10 out of 10 model. Just put him on some rocks. I'm giving it monster truck wheels. Just put some monster truck wheels on him. American flag in his hand. Probably a white monster in the other. One of those American flag bandanas were golden. He's also a double Wizzy, by the way. Wizard 2. He's just good. He does it all. He is pretty slow. He does have to cast his spell to have a normal movement. But he's a double wizard. Fine. Yeah, he is a white monster. Quintessentially ogre kind of thing, right? Where everything can fight. Stuff that normally can't fight can fight. Oh, your foot wizards, they have damage 3 weapons. Oh, your centerpiece, your buff wagon thing. All right, well, when you get into combat with it, it's kind of like a Guo with triple the number of attacks. Like, all right, kind of nice. So he's awesome. Rad the Mar. Daughters of Cain, centerpiece, buff wagon, except really fat. Kind of a Guo with triple the attacks. Double whiz, good spell. Big oosh level makes your battle trait do something. Fuck else does this guy do? Oh yeah, AoE 6-up ward. He's the man for his time and place. I mean, within the context of this book, it's an S. I think you don't leave home without it. He's like 400 or something. That's a lot for anything. But he's good. I don't know if he's quite S tier. You know, I suppose his movement speed could be 18-inch flying. You know, and then he would be better. But yeah, he just fits right in there. I'll give him an A. I'll give him an A+. Double plus good if you're a 1984 reader. He enables your army rule to work from the bad. Yeah. That's why I call him a Big Oosh. Big Oosh famously in Flesh Eater Courts, their battle trait was dog ass because you could never activate it. And then he just did it. And so he's a Big Oosh. And the Ogre one is better than dog ass for activating. You will activate it all the time, unless you're getting just completely tabled always, right? But he allows you to get it right away, which is going to make it good instead of arguably not, or just okay. Is he 400 flat? I thought he was 400 something. If he's 400 flat, then he's Big Oosh. You start the army with him written on the piece of paper. Yeah. I don't think he needs to go up. Although I haven't played with him, so we'll see. But I think 400 is fine. Everything else in the army is expensive. Who cares? It's just like, I'm taking it. Yeah, all right. He's in. There's a non-zero chance the hunters sell like hotcakes and they save BCR from extinction. And higher-ups ask for a 5th edition second wave with a Stonehorn Reef. Don't stop believing. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop, beep, beep, beep. Yeah, anyway. Keep up that opium. True, dude. It's going to happen. You'd probably do a cheap conversion with Maw Pot and Butcher. Yeah, you can do. I would actually almost encourage people to. But I'm getting some monster truck wheels. Speaking of wizards in the army, Butcher, this guy. Wonder how much he'll cost. I mean, it's a centerpiece in a GW product, right? So it's just $200. No questions asked. 2 barrels of oil from the Strait of Hashish right out of your pocket. I don't think he'll be I think he'll be under 200, but it's going to be a fucking lot because everything's expensive. And then the Dark Elves come back? Yeah. How much do we need to donate for the monster truck wheel conversion to be made into a stream video? I'm doing it. You will see it as it happens. This isn't, I'm not just, oh, wouldn't it be funny? You know? No, I found myself driving past Toys R Us that weren't even on the way home. I'm already scoping. I bet I could find a monster truck at a Goodwill for $2. And I'm going to do it. The Gravy Digger. +5. That's a good one. That's a good one. Anyway, is this Butcher any good? 8656. Oh, it comes with a 6-up. So you don't even... Okay. Butcher tools. Look at this. Their foot wizards are like 4 attacks, 3 damage. All right. You can just randomly hit shit. Once per turn army. Any movement phase. Trug Guts. Pick a visible friendly or Maw Tribes unit wholly within 12 to be the target. 3-up, ward 6. Maw Seekers get 5. Ahem. So you give your Gluttones a 6-up ward. That's not nothing. Sometimes. And it's until the start of your next turn. So that's sick. It lasts until your opponent's turn. That's big. More meat for the pot. I remember this ability sucks, but I can't remember what it does. If any damage points were allocated to an enemy unit this turn by this unit's combat attacks, I mean, that'll happen once everything else is already dead on the table. So turn 5. Or by combat attacks made by a manifestation, which you do not have the points for and don't want in this army. Then add 1 to the unit's power level, which you don't care about either. You'd rather have +1 to cast, by far. Yeah, alright, so his War Scroll is horrible, but he has access to your spell lore, which is the thing that you want. He's 170, which is a lot. I feel like 50 of those points are paying for the fact that your spell lore is decent and the damage on his weapon says 3, even though it doesn't matter. butcher. I can't say his War Scroll's bad, and then the 6-up thing is good. I can't say those two things back to back. I mean, do you need like a second node? Like you got Red and what Red is doing with his Death Star over here. But, you know, do you put your butcher with your other amount of gluttons or your other, like next to your cav or something? Do you need more than one node for that? Put a helmet on the main antagonist. Judge Red. Ooh, +2. That's good. Judge Red is good. I think you just do. He's expensive, and you don't want to pay that. But I think you probably gotta. This is a C- War Scroll. 3-up roll on something this important. Fuck you. This ability sucks. No custom spell. Free shrugs. 6-up ward is cool though. A long time ago I made a video that said, I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember. It was a long time ago. Sometimes the wizards in your army are bad, but you probably have to play them anyway. And that's what I would describe this butcher. Sometimes your wizards are not good or too expensive, but you probably have to play them anyway. You think the manifestation ability is better than it appears? Just send in a free spell. Are manifestations free now? Because I'm already paying too much for them. I don't want to put good money after bad, you know. Some are free, some are not. Okay, so maybe you take a free one then. Yeah, I think this guy used to give a 12-inch aura of run and charge always for any Gutbuster. Rain or Shine, auto works. And he had a funny spell. So he is probably the most nerfed War Scroll in the entire book, except for every single Stonehorn. But we don't count that. Kronspine became free, so just use that. Easy. Anyway, you probably take him anyway. Looks good. Good model. It's weird that the pot, but if you just ignore that, everything else looking good. I like the ring here. Just a touch of an, Oni club kind of thing. The Creevers. I don't particularly like these guys. They're just like a mini-me. They're like a mini-me version of the Butcher. I don't like that. I want them to have their own thing. I'm not like a big fan of the sculpt here. They have a 6-up ward and half the health because they're just a mini version. They have Cleaver's tool. They're actually the same at fighting. Okay, so not everything is just lesser. They fight better per model than an Iron Gut, which is... I'm not okay with that. I don't like that. And you get 3 of these in a squad, too. And they have a 5-up, 6-up, which is not better than a 4-up, but maybe it kind of is. It just sort of depends. Anyway, Arcane Appetite. If a friendly or enemy wizard or priest is within 6 of this unit, roll a die. On a 3-up, pick one of the following. Crit 2 hits. If this units already have it, then they have Crit Mortal. Okay. I'm kind of upset. Like, Iron Guts should be doing this. Kinda. I don't know. How many points are these things? Drop Iron Guts 90 points and then you'll consider them? I don't think they're that bad. But they are like... They have a problem. These guys slap. Hold on. So 13 attacks. If you reinforce it, it's 25. 25 Ren 2, 3 damage, crit 2 hits. If you put a Butcher next to them, which is what you would be doing to your Iron Guts, we'll say, right? And if Red targets these guys with the fucking funny ability, which you wouldn't do because you want to do run and charge first, probably, which is in Candyland, 25 25 attacks on 3 damage crit mortal. So the Iron Guts are now called Cleavers in this army, is what you're telling me. Yeah, Iron Guts are called Cleavers. And I'm furious because Iron Guts look fucking awesome, and I don't like what these guys look like. And alright. Alright. I'm like kind of upset. But that's how it is. Can we just use the Iron Gut model and be like, nah, these are Cleavers, trust me. You got to jump through some hoops to give them crit mortal. Well, yeah, you have 2 hoops to jump through to give them crit mortal, and then you have to say no to an arguably superior strategy and use of your resources. But after you do that, they do like incinerate anything they touch. No, 4 hoops, because this guy, your Butcher has to actually charge as well, otherwise he won't be within 6 depending on the thing. At least it's not wholly 6. HeyWoah caught putting his Cleavers in Ogre Zempic. Hey, it's still losing weight. I don't care how you do it. If you put your brain in a skinny robot, that still counts, okay? You did it. A for damage. B plus for risky. It's actually like very high damage. It's like very high damage if everything goes right. It's very high. But hey, all right. You bring up a good point, Lich, that because the hit roll is really the thing to get past, right? Since you're wounding on 2 and you have Ren 2, just keeping it at crit 2 hits is probably fine for anything that doesn't have Insano armor. Right? That softens the blow a little bit, you know? Anyway, what about Gut Seers, these guys, who have a really, really cool gut plate. And worse weapons. They have a cool hood, I guess. And they're just fucking holding shit, and I don't like that. They're like a 2-year-old that picked up a toy and wants to show you the phone. I hate this. Don't like it. They do this a lot, by the way. They do this a lot in GW sculpts, where a guy is just like... It's like he's posing after a Mortal Kombat fatality from 1995. They're like, hey, look at this. Bro, you're fighting. Like, don't show it to me. Anyway. Gut Seers. No, actually, I wanted the U capitalized. Thank you. MS Word. Gut Sleepers. .465, we'll 6 up. Ooh, down to 3 attacks a model. Big downgrade. Oh yeah, that's funnier. That's good. +2. Yacht Seers. Gut Seers catalog. Arcane Contortion. Subtract 1 from casting rolls, enchanting rolls for visible enemy units while they're within 12 of this unit. Whatever. Add 1 for Mawseeker Wizards while they're... Oh, okay, nice. Big. So your Butcher gets +1 to cast, +1 to hit on these guys. Nice. Conduits of Gut magic. Once per turn, measure the range, and so once per turn army of the next spell. So Red is a double caster, so his first spell is whatever, and the second one goes through this one. Used by a friendly Orgrimmar Tribe's wizard. It's not a reaction. So how does this work? Measure the range and visibility of the next spell ability used. Which means you say the next spell is going to be used, then you fail the casting roll, this whole thing fails. It doesn't say the next spell successfully used. So it is a gamble. If you fail at the spell, it fucks the whole thing up and you can't try again. Or you can't do it with your next spell or anything like that. So it is a gamble. It's also not a reaction. It feels like it ought to be. I wonder why it's not, actually. It doesn't ruin it, just pointing it out. Wholly within 12 of invisible to this unit. So you're 12 ahead. And then all of his spells are like 12. So it's a phantom like 23 inches-ish. But you still have to run these guys out in that direction, so it's, there's a cost to pay for that, then you want to be moving up anyway. Treated as the caster for... this unit is treated as the caster for the purpose of other abilities or spell effects such as Unbind. That's why. If it was a reaction, that last sentence wouldn't work. But just put it in its own passive thing. You could have just put it up here or whatever. Anyway, it's fine. Yeah, red is slow. He is gonna. I said he's gonna target himself. He's probably not. He's probably gonna target the thing you're slingshotting, but he can target himself with the move fast ability, which gives him like a real movement speed instead of a fake one. These guys are meaningfully worse than Krivers. 6 fewer attacks is a lot. Now, you would never reinforce Gutseers ever, right? But I don't know. Maybe you're just like, hey, I'm -6 attacks. I don't have the points for 2 units. And so I'm reinforcing this one, and this is my hammer, and I'm just down 6 attacks. That's 19 attacks still. It's pretty good. It's not 25. I'm putting them at an A, even though I don't think they're an A, because at this point I'm grading them on their mechanical riding. And I think the fact that you're thinking about which one to do in a meaningful way, and the difference is one of play style, and not just doing the math and being like, these 2 units are the fucking same, and this one's literally better. This is the type of player choice that is meaningful choice. You're like, am I gonna play my wizard in this way to project casting and still do pretty good damage, but -6 attacks is meaningful, or am I gonna take the rape wolves and fuck people, right? Like, but not do the casting thing. This is the type of choice that I like to see, and so I'm rating them higher than I think they ought to be. Like, it's this kind of thing. Instead of, well, this unit does 14 damage on average, and this unit does 25 damage on average, so you always take the 25 one and you don't take the other one because they're 20 points different. Like, that's not meaningful choice. Or, here's 3 artifacts, and 2 of them are horrible, and 1 is okay. This is good. You know, surprise you about new ogres. Johnny actually has some stuff to chew on. Johnny's never had shit in ogres. Johnny, once or twice maybe. Johnny had the most fun he's ever had in his life in ogres in 3rd edition, late 3rd edition. You played Kragnos and you ran Brawler Guts Tyrants ×5. And you were having a hell of a time. It was real Johnny shit. And then they killed him and separated his parts like Zoltan Cool and buried them in a pentagram formation 100 miles wide in the Sahara Desert. And then someone read this ogre book and you heard a single heartbeat 1 time. Is how I would describe it. Oh, that's good. Would you rather I watch the VOD here or on YouTube? I mean, I don't care. YouTube, I guess. You're going to want to watch it on YouTube anyway. It's a better platform for VODs, I think. Better quality, doesn't mute music. That kind of thing. Gorgeous Maw Pack. These are the only guys, they tricked me, those fuckers. Okay. Gorgers were on 50 millimeter bases, which tricked me into thinking that Ogres would get a size increase that they deserved. And then they didn't, and these guys are just on 50s. I'm immeasurably disappointed. These guys are like pretty fragile, but they have Wind Fury attacks. And an ambush, which is funny. And what you would do, well, you wouldn't do this, but some people kind of did this for fun. They would take 2 packs of Gorgers and just ambush both of them and go for the 9-incher turn 1. Just to put the fear in the opponent, with the understanding that statistically it would not work. But your opponent would assume that it would, because your opponent always assumes that their opponent is going to luck sack, right? And they would either kind of fuck up their deployment, or they would be like, you're not going to roll that. And then you would not, and then they would die. But sometimes you would, and it was funny, all right? The only problem with that was they were way overpriced. Some say only a little overpriced, but I would disagree. Anyway, that's the long and short of it. They do not have a champion. Oh, they do now. Let's go. Okay, pardon me. They got a champion. We're chilling on 26 attacks, 4s and 2s. Ren 2 against infantry. Big. 2 damage. They're kind of scary. They die to everything, but they have 5 life, so they kind of don't die to everything. But they do. Troglodytic lurkers. They got that fringe lurking. Any fringe lurkers. And you can set them up. And they don't do anything else. They got a musician. What are they? Did they go down? What's their points? Just tell me if Gorges went down or not, I guess. I'll judge them. They're like crap Croxigors. Yeah, but there's 5 of them. And you cannot reinforce them, I don't think. They are overpriced. C minus. I mean C plus. C plus. Put them at 200 and I'm a buyer. Maybe. But yeah, 240. The price is too damn high. And then we got the Maw Piat. Okay, we got the Pizza Pit. Which is shocking, because we used to have a Maw Pot. That seems like the Maw Pot fits a lot better here. But not really, because the Maw is important now, and we got a mobile Maw Pit. Hey, everyone who bought that everyone who bought the Maw Pot that came out fairly kinda recently, eat shit for life. Thanks for your money. Hey, all right. Now you got some prime display board stuff. Nice. Or just like break the pot part off and build yourself a red, the Maw. Which is probably what everyone will do. And the Pizza Pit was secretly one of the best terrain features in the game, I thought. In 4th edition of all editions. Or maybe it was 3rd. My memory. It's fleeting. Anyway, it was a giant space laser that targeted 3 things on both players' turns and had to roll dice only sometimes to do it. It was the envy of Seraphon, because really that's what their pyramid should have done. But we stole their rules by accident for it. The only thing is you had to put a wizard on it who was otherwise not going to do anything. But even if you didn't, it was still kind of okay. Faction Train's the biggest scam in the game. It is a scam, yeah. They tried to do it with endless spells, but not enough people bought them because they're annoying to use, and they look bad, and they cost points, and they cause unfun gameplay. But with terrain, they kind of forced it. And then they're like, well, what if we make your terrain feature cost points? And the people just stopped playing it. Fuck you. Anyway, what's a Muppet do now? Technically fights, whatever. Feed the Mar. If this terrain feature does not have a head butcher, pick a friendly butcher within 3, and then, oh, then they can stand on it, okay. And then they can get off of it, okay. Once per turn army, end of any turn. Hungary Sinkhole. Pick this mob pit to be a sinkhole. Then you can pick another terrain feature within 12 of this mob pit, and that you have already picked to be a sinkhole, this battle to be a sinkhole forever. So you have to pick twice. Sinkhole de Mayo. +2. Then pick every enemy unit within 3 of any sinkholes. Roll D3 for each target, 2 up. I love it. Inflict an amount of mortal damage you can roll from the second battle round on. The dong expands and is now 6 inches, and then 9, and so on. If this terrain feature has a head butcher, increase the range at which another terrain feature can be picked by 6 instead of 3. Okay. I ain't putting a butcher on this thing. That's for fucking sure. I mean, he'll start on it maybe, but can you even deploy onto it? I don't think you can. Yeah, butchers are too expensive to just put on this terrain feature. Probably. This is a inelegantly written rule. This is just words, very confusing. Sometimes what you want to happen on the table is actually quite simple. But it's hard to determine a way to elegantly describe something simple with words. And here, this shit is annoying. So what it's doing is it's spreading, sort of your creep spreading, and you're converting other terrain into sinkholes that are damaging stuff around it. The ability itself is like, if your opponent is near terrain, sometimes they might take a D3. People usually don't play next to terrain ever in this game, because there's like one benefit sometimes, and then like 27 rules that all are bad if you're near terrain. There's so many rules where it's like, this thing is bad if it's next to terrain, and then sometimes it's obscuring or whatever. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I'm not buying one. Its rules do not tempt me. It just sounds annoying. I don't care about a D3 maybe once a game or something. I put this in my deployment zone, which like makes it annoying to deploy the rest of my troops. No thanks, I'll keep my money. And then armies of renown, don't care at all. These are all temporary and extremely restrictive, and the fun part of list building is not that. I guess I have to read them. power level is higher than an F, but this gets an F. I'm not grading these purely on power level. What do you... Let's see. So you get different battle traits. You don't get your main ones. And then you get different traits and different artifacts of power. Man, if only these were sub-factions. If these were called sub-factions, like, this game would be great. It would be a better game. I'm not going to read these because they're temporary and I don't care. But I will be reading the Beastclaw Alpherstun. Because it's Beastclaw and it uses the word Alpherstun, which is a word that you don't see a lot any longer in these books. And I probably own everything to be able to use it. Any Beastclaw units. Friendly Alpherstun unit are not visible enemy more than 12 away. Oh yeah, that was the sub-faction ability of Winterbite that no one played because it was bad. Once per battle army deployment phase. A clan of huntors. Pick a friendly hunters of Saberfang's unit to be the target. It can use Through the Frost's ability even if another friendly hunters of Saberfang's unit has used it this battle. Okay, so you got the double deploy pincer shooter attack thing. Run them down. Each time an enemy unit in combat with a friendly Alpherstun uses a retreat ability, after that ability has been resolved, inflict D3 on the enemy. So if you retreat, the mortal damage is in addition to any that you take. Huh? Why? Okay. Fearsome Breed. -1 from charge rolls for enemy units while they're within 12 of monsters. Cool. 2 if they're within 6. Cool. It's like good. This is like good, but I don't like it because it's a parachute. It's a golden parachute for the CEO that made all the bad decisions, you know? Like, you fucked up and your opponent's going to charge you in the monster truck army, then take your licking. But hey, alright. I'll take a golden parachute or two. Grasp of the Everwinter. Yes. Grasp of the Everwinter. This ability was in our first edition Battle Tome, and everyone hated it and said it was terrible and not fun. And they kept reprinting it over and over, and no one ever liked it, and it's still here today. Unbelievable. Once per turn, army your hero phase, not even your opponent's. Pick each enemy unit in combat with any Alpherstun to be the target. D3, 2 up, mortal damage equal to the roll. Fuck you. That shit sucks, and I hate it, and I've hated it for 10 years. Her trait, Hard-Bitten Chieftain. Other than the companion ability, weapon abilities for attacks that target this unit made by enemy units that charged in the same turn have no effect. Oh, it shut... Hold on. Mob Beast shuts off companion? Is that the implication here? Anyway, this one's the same as this one. It's like, if you get charged, bro, give me a reward for charging. I don't need a reward for fucking up positioning and my opponent charges me. Artifact power. Oh, Elvigear Rune Totems. This is a... They knew. They control F the old book. Until the start of your next turn, add 2 to chanting rolls. Big chanter, dude. +2 to chanting rolls is that's a big bonus. We found something good. Okay. This is a good ability. Wait, we get a different prayer lore? Wait. But the other prayer lore was good. We get a different one. Maybe this one is good too. Maybe this one is even better. Maybe it's even better. Unlimited Keening Gale. Add 2 to run rolls. But we don't run and charge natively anymore. And this shit used to... Okay. In addition... Okay, yeah. So it needs to be a 6, which means you need to roll a 4 with your rune tokens or save up. It's fine. It's only once per battle. God damn, I didn't even read that. I'm like, it couldn't possibly be. But of course. Because, I mean, AoE plus 2 forever, that's too good, right? I figured you could have something like that be that powerful with such a restrictive thing as Army of Renown. But hey, alright. Tears the Old Ice, 4. Objective or train feature within 18 until the start of your next turn. -10 from control scores of enemy units while they're contesting it. If they have 10 control score and I subtract 10 and it's 0, do they like not get the point? Or do they still get the point? Like if it's just them, let's say they have one hero on the objective and he has control score 3. Now he has -7. Is it like they don't control the point, or is this just like changing the numbers? Minimum 1 OC at all time. Okay, so this shit is terrible. Avalanche Voice. All right, 4. That's the name of the thing where you get to reroll all your charges in an AoE around them. Objectives are sticky anyway. Yeah, and I don't like that. It made the game worse. It was a quality of life, but it was the sugar kind of quality of life, where it feels good, but it's bad for you. Pick a friendly officer than priest. Okay. Enemy unit 18. Good range, at least. Starting next turn, each time your opponent declares a command for the target as a reaction, make a tremor roll on a 5-up. Unless they spend an additional, it steals it from them. Okay, 5-up. So you cast a prayer, but it doesn't work yet. You got to roll a 5-up then. Okay. Well, it's nice to see that some things never change. And this shit is dog ass. Cool. Law Seeker Gollop. Don't care. Yeah, I don't care about any of this other stuff. Oh, look, it's a Torbad. Remember the Torbad? We used to make fun of the Torbad because it was bad. It was the only, arguably the only battalion that was just straight awful. Somebody played one once and almost did well with it. Oh, this is a Cruel Boys thing, and then you get a Huskguard on Stonehorn. What do you mean, dude? Torbad is for Thundertusks and Yetis only. That's what a Torbad is. The lore, dude, the lore. All right, I'm done. I'm fucking done. Don't let ending on a sour note of how shit the Army of Renown system is distract you from the fact that this book was good. You missed a BCR plus Jaws army? Do you mean Bragoth's Beast Hammer? Pigs and Mournfangs back to back together at last? That shit was kind of sick thematically. And it had a, what was it like? Entire army double pile-in, double attack on the charge? Once a game? Now that's a once a game ability, dude. Your entire army can pile in and attack twice on the charge. That shit was fucking sick. Or maybe it was the whole battalion, but the whole battalion was your whole army. Oh, dude, bring it back. Okay. In summary. Ogor Battle Tome. theming. I know theming is not a word. It's fine. I can't spell. Oh yeah, it has the D in it. Duh. Good book with good scrolls mostly. Nice theming, powerful, expensive slammers. Even some kind of anvil adjacent stuff. Combo big shooting squads that are fun. What is this? What is this battle tome? What do we rate this battle tome? I'm gonna give it a C minus, A minus in the context of 4th edition. Great work. A minus 4th edition book is great. B plus A minus, not sure yet. I'll have a think about it. I think it's a B plus A minus book in the context of 4th. Good shit. Meat/pot. Hell yeah. Nice. It's always nice to see something positive. Negative streamer, you know, it's nice to have positive news every once in a while. It's a great book in the context of 4th. Yeah, I truly believe so. In the context of the history of Ogre books, what would you rate this as? Gutbusters has never been so fun, probably. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think I can rate it in the history of Ogre books because I haven't seen it play on the table. Just looking at it, right? Ogre books have historically never been particularly good, I'm going to be honest. So if we're adjusting for the inflation of how good they relatively were in their editions, this is probably maybe the best book. Yeah. I'll make a note of it. There, how about that? And then I can give it the B plus that it deserves, and I won't feel too guilty about it. Yeah, adjusted for inflation of the relative quality per edition within each edition, this is probably the best Ogre book ever made. Good shit. It's never been a better time to be a fan of anything in Ogres except for Noblars and Beastclaw monsters. But if you like anything else, which is everything, and probably will be everything moving forward, this shit is sick. It is a big, powerful, elite army that literally everything hits really hard. You are rewarded for succeeding and punished for failing. And it's even got a trick or two. That's good. All right, and we made it in under 6 hours. Not bad. Not bad at all. 11:45, time for big dinner, and then I'll probably get to bed before 3 tonight. Hell yeah. So maybe not big dinner, maybe a light snack, maybe one potato chip. You missed these AOS streams? I've missed AOS. But AOS ran away from me. It wasn't the other way around. 0 out of 10, no dope Stonehorn. Yeah, they're kind of on their way out. I'm not too torn up about it. I had a lot of fun with Beastclaw for probably 8 years. We got the memories. It was great. 8 years, that's a lot of, I don't know, that's a lot of enjoyment. I got my money's worth. I'm not the type to burn armies or anything. And who knows, 5th edition, 2nd wave, let's go. So many people buy 4 boxes of Hunters that they think people like Beastclaw now. And we get a Thundertusk Woolly Mammoth centerpiece on a 240 millimeter base for 5th edition. Anything could happen. Yeah, first we're going to beat them. Then we're going to IM. The army set sold out on War Game Portal in 4 minutes. Money talks. Hell yeah. The... You know that Eris thing? Get those... Listen... Oh, what was it? What was the shit? Oh, yeah. Hurry up, you fat bitch. Get those greasy sausage fingers ready for some Tekken, right? In this respect, we got the big, flabby, invisible hand of the market. The more sell out, the more people like ogres, the more GW thinks people like ogres, and that's good for us. Avoiding the maw pot, +7. Every game has rough editions. Yeah, every game has rough editions. Dungeons and Dragons is in one of those right now. Right after one that was also rough. Which in turn was right after one that was also rough. So for that one, I don't know if you can call it a slump, more like a really long hill downwards. A pit, if you will. Magic. Ugh. Look, Fallout, Elder Scroll, ooh. Hold on. Damn, is this a trend? It's almost like there's a trend. Anyway. Hey, all right. TY for watching. Appreciate it. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. 2 members way early on bought grips, which funded the stream, so thanks a lot. World of War... yeah, we could do that all night. It's not that... No negative streaming, okay? 4th was great. Really loud buzzer noise... Anyway, TY for watching. Appreciate it. We'll chat about that in the future. Tune in next week for something else.